And I guess we're live. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another edition of the AsyncAPI Conference. It's so excited to have everybody back for another season, another edition for this year's AsyncAPI Conference. I hope I'm audible. Can you just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me properly, especially the ones that are here in Restream? Okay, I guess I am audible enough, right? All right, cool. Hi everybody. Again, welcome to another edition of the AsyncAPI Online Conference. It's so exciting to have you back here again. My name is Julie, for those who don't know me, and I'm the Senior Community Manager at AsyncAPI, here to welcome you again. And yes, so today we have a jam-packed session as usual. It was amazing that the conference is here, and which means that the year is about to round off. Yes. So once you see that it's a single year conference, that yes, we have had a good year, and I'm not alone today. Got a bunch of volunteers speakers that are here on the lineup, and I'm here to deliver the welcome speech. So yeah, please bear with me. So yes, so we are here at Async API conference. So for those who don't know, the Async API conference is a brand for the Async API initiative. So it's a official event for the Async API community, which is to foster engagement among community members so that they can come share from the community, the users that use Async API spec, and the adopters as well. This is the platform where we come share knowledge as well as meet the community as well. So we are using this platform to also reach out to people, also share awareness of what the community is doing and the spec as well. So what have we done so far? So we have had 13 in-person events since 2023 when we decided to move from the online conference to in-person conference. And overall, we have 110 speakers. I know there will be more with the Paris edition coming up. We have had over 1,000 attendees that have joined us throughout the years. I think I need to update these numbers, but it's more than that. But for now, we have over like 1,000 attendees. We've also had new sponsors for the Async API conference. It's a standalone brand, by the way. So which means it has its own sponsors. So through the outreach that we have done at the conference, through the Async API conference, we have got new sponsors as well. And because of us traveling, hosting in different locations, we've also had a list of new case studies and new adopters. We got to hear from how people are using Async API through the conference, and our adopters list keeps on growing. And lastly, we have identified new ambassadors as well that have joined us this year. So as you can see, the amazing work that we're doing as the Async API conference. So it won't be a conference without me highlighting the amazing companies that have helped us, that have sponsored us financially, apart from the host sponsors. I just want to say a big thank you to Gravity for returning for the second year, coming to sponsor the Async API initiative, and to IBM as well for actually sponsoring us this year as well. Their financial sponsorship has facilitated in us traveling and in sponsoring travels for community members. And also swags, we got to deliver swags in different locations. We got to set up the cheat sheets as well that we distribute at the API standard booth. So their sponsorship goes a long way in also facilitating some of the work that we are doing as well. And yes, the online conference is not about me, but it also goes to the contributors that actually have contributed to the amazing work that you're going to see today, from the designs in the background. And all love goes to these amazing contributors from the program coordination. We do coordinate under the conference coordination working group. And I just want to give a special shout out to Ace for jumping in when I needed help as well. So this is my special shout out to Ace. And the amazing designers that actually took time to design these amazing banners under the leadership of Aishat, known as Maya. Maya led the coordination with designs, making sure that they are reviewed, and these amazing contributors that took their time to contribute to the amazing designs, from the banners that you see on social media down to the ones that we have here on Redstream. And also today, I'll not be on stage that much, but we have amazing volunteers who you will see, who will be welcoming speakers during some of the sessions, and also to the behind the scenes. So you will get to see some moderators on YouTube chat, behind the scenes of social media as well. We have these amazing volunteers who are there to moderate and make sure that the chat is clean and safe. And yes, without is what is a conference without the speakers? They are the stars of the show. Actually, they are the stars of today's conference, and we have amazing lineup of speakers. You will get to see. I think I should be dropping a link on the chat to our agenda. If not, I will definitely join after the welcome speech. So we have an amazing sessions, and all love goes to these amazing speakers for taking time also to record, and for their time also as they join us today's live stream. It was a lot of work, but just want to appreciate their time that they took also in recording videos. And yes, so apart from the online conference, this is my promotion for the next coming conferences. So we have the online conference, but we also have in-person conferences. So we will be traveling to Paris in December, this coming December, and our call for speakers closes this Friday. So if you haven't submitted a call for paper, please do and join us in Paris live in person. And also next year in February, we will be in San Jose for the Async API Summit as part of the Developer Week 2026. So if the call for speakers is still open until the end of November, so if you are able to travel or if you want to join us in person, please make sure you head over there. And for Paris, we also have free tickets as well. And we also have discounts. So feel free to reach out if you need a ticket as well. And yes, today is not about me, but also it's about the conference overall and the work. And as I said, once you hear that it's the online conference, it means that the year is almost ending, and we are already starting to plan for 2026. So if you love what we do, if you want to support the community in any way that you can, come sponsor the Async API conference. And I know next year we'll be having bigger and better venues, and we'll also be incorporating meetups. So once we start that, and if you feel like you would love to host a meetup, or a venue that can actually host the Async API conference, or you want to sponsor, maybe you want to sponsor swags, or you want to or know like the sponsorship packages that we have, please reach out. I'll be very happily available to provide any information that you might need. And yes, I'm not here to speak much because I'm not the star of the show. We have an amazing lineup today. So if you haven't followed us, please make sure that wherever you're watching, if you're watching on LinkedIn, Twitch, or YouTube, please make sure you share the live stream and get to engage on the chat as well. Follow us on LinkedIn as well. Follow us on and join us on Slack. And yes, that will be all from me. Like I said, I'm not the star of this show today, but actually I'm here just to give you like what to expect today. And yes, let's connect, share the live stream, and join us today. And our first session will be starting in 10 minutes. That will be 10:30 UTC by ACE. And so please stay tuned for that. And yes, welcome to the Async API Conference 2025 and enjoy. Thank you so much.
Hello, and welcome back from that short break. Thank you so much, Tuli, for the welcome speech. I hope you have been able to get yourself a cup of your favorite drink, coffee, whatever you like to have, because we're about to unravel the sweet parts. Um, my name is Samson. I will be your moderator for this next session. Okay. If you can if you can hear me, can I get a thumbs up? Am I audible? Awesome. Okay. So I am here to introduce our next session, which will be led by Aziz Elegbede, or Ace as you know him. Awesome. And it is important what the effort that collaborators, in terms of contributors, and what the work that they're able to do. He's here to tell us about his journey, his experience, and how he has been able to go through successfully contributing and making an impact. I would like us to welcome Ace as he gives us his talk, The Path to Maintainership. Enjoy the session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my talk. I am really excited to be here today to talk about something I am genuinely passionate about, which is mentorships and maintainerships. A quick introduction about me. I am Aziz Elebide, but most people in the community know me as Ace. I regularly contribute to the AsyncAPI initiative and maintain some of its repositories, like the AsyncAPI conference and the AsyncAPI React component. I also lead AsyncAPI participation in programs like Google Summer of Code and the AsyncAPI mentorship program, with one simple goal in mind, which is bringing more awareness, contributors, and maintainers to the initiative. And since we are among friends, I am currently looking for my next role as a developer advocate or technical program manager. So if your company is hiring for any of these roles, please hit me up. Trust me, I am your guy. Before we get started, let's do a little bit of backstory. Let us rewind a bit. Postman ended its support for the AsyncAPI initiative. This was a huge turning point. It meant that many of the core maintainers who had been working full-time on the AsyncAPI spec, including myself, suddenly found themselves without a job. Postman had been sponsoring most of the people who actively maintained and evolved the AsyncAPI tools. So when the partnership came to an end, many had to find opportunities elsewhere. And honestly, who could blame them? Everyone got bills to pay, right? Now, you might be thinking, well, that just means the code suffers, right? Well, joke's on you, because maintainership in open source isn't about code, it's about continuity, ensuring that a project, a culture, and a vision lives on long after you. Even though the initiative lost a lot of active maintainers overnight, it had already grown beyond any single company. So the community could either fade away or adapt and keep the vision alive. That is where mentorship comes in. Now, let's talk about cultures around mentorship. The reason AsyncAPI kept thriving after this sudden shock is because over the years, we've built a culture of mentorship. For the past 5 years, we've participated in global open source mentorship programs like Google Summer of Code, Google Season of Dogs, and Oktoberfest, and many more. We even went a step further to pilot our own in-house mentorship program. This program helps keep the initiative sustainable by building a system where maintainers become mentors, passing down their experience to the next generation of contributors. But here is something people often get wrong. Mentorship isn't just for newcomers. In reality, it is how open source sustains itself. It is the invisible system that turns one person's passion into a shared mission. At AsyncAPI, we've seen this firsthand. Every time a mentor gives a contributor just 1 hour of their week, that knowledge multiplies, and so does the community capacity. This culture we've built hasn't just kept the community alive, it's pushed the project forward. Issues get fixed, features get added, docs get improved, designs get refreshed, and all because people are learning through mentorship. And none of this would have been possible without a few maintainers who saw the potential in this kind of system. It is no wonder why Google invests so much in the summer of code, because mentorship works. And here's the secret. Mentorship isn't hierarchical, it is circular. You mentor someone today, and tomorrow they might mentor someone else, maybe even you. And if we look at the numbers, we are doing something right. We have got over 50% mentor retention rates over the years. That's double the industry standard of 20%. And 15% of mentees transition into mentorship roles themselves. That kind of sustainable growth shows that when mentorship becomes culture, it no longer depends on one person. The community becomes self-sustaining, and that is where maintainership truly begins. But before I go further, I would like to give some examples from the past mentorship program. Thanks to this culture, we've seen incredible contributors that have benefited from these mentorships and has also contributed back to the community in immeasurable ways. They went from being contributors to maintainers, and some even went as far as being mentors in future programs. First, we have Akshat Nima, who started as a curious contributor in the community and participated in the first ever AsyncAPI mentorship program in 2022. Not only did he excel well under the guidance of his mentor, Wukash, to introduce tools page on the AsyncAPI website, he ended up being an active maintainer of this repository for many years and ended up mentoring other contributors during our participation in Google Summer of Code and other mentorship programs. Another example is Maya. She also joined the community as a design contributor in this program under Missy, AsyncAPI's former design lead, and not only ended up succeeding Missy as a design lead after she left the initiative, but also ended up mentoring design contributors after her participation in this program. I'm sure you must have seen the mascot to design, yeah? She mentored the candidates who did the design. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on, but my time is limited. The next thing I want to talk about is the challenges we face while building this culture of mentorship. It is often through challenges that we gain our most valuable insight, and this insight helps us figure out quickly if we are heading towards the right direction. While we enjoy participating in mentorship program as a community, we also realize that there are also some downsides to it, especially the AsyncAPI mentorship program. One of the challenges we faced during these programs is the vagueness of the program's timeline. We've always made the decision to keep the program timeline somewhat open-ended, simply because we want to give both mentors and mentees enough time to work on their project ideas. We realized that some contributors interpreted this flexibility as an invitation to take their time and work on their project at a leisurely pace. This slow burn meant mentors faced a significant challenge with consistently low output from these projects. So, looking back, not only is this approach to project timeline not suitable for our mentorship program, but will be something really viable to the idea of the maintainership, which I'll talk about in a bit. Mentorship programs really focuses on main ideas such as fixing bugs or adding a new set of features to a project. There is really no reason we shouldn't have a fixed timeline. Another challenge we faced is the lack of project documentation. I mean, we do have some basic docs somewhere in the community repository on GitHub, but it's not sufficient and easily accessible enough for these programs. And this basically makes the project organizers the single source of truth when it comes to a program-related question. Luckily, these challenges has been addressed in the new path we've defined for the maintainership, which I will talk about in a bit. The next point I want to talk about, which is the most really exciting point of this talk, why maintainership? Now, we've talked about how mentorship builds community, but it doesn't really solve the problem we're facing, the lack of maintainers. Every open source project is a story, and without maintainers, that story fades away. Contributors bring energy, but maintainers bring direction. They guard the project's value, ensure inclusion, make the tough calls, and keep things moving when that spotlight fades away. Mentorship is leadership without the title. It's one of the most essential forms of leadership in tech today. But why really mentorship? You know, a lot of people often ask me this question: Ace, why mentorship? Why would anyone willingly take on the pressure of open source maintainers? I usually smile because I get it. I totally get it. On the surface, it looks like a thankless job. I can relate. You get endless GitHub notifications and people telling you, hey, your package is broken. Why is this not working? Yada, yada, yada. But if you look deeper, mentorship is actually one of the most powerful forms of contribution you can make, not just to software, but to people. Let us talk about nurturing, not ownership. Being a maintainer isn't about owning a project, it is about nurturing it. You are guiding something bigger than you, something that lives because other people believe in it. Think about Linux and Linux. When Linus or Linus, whichever way you prefer to pronounce it, when Linus first shared his project in 1991, it was just a hobby, a kernel he built just for fun. But as the community grew, he didn't try to control it. He nurtured it, he reviewed patches, and set up process to help others build with him. Fast forward to today, Linux powers over everything from Android phones to supercomputers, all because one person chose to maintain instead of own. That is the power of nurturing. My next point is the growth that comes with it. Technically, mentorship transforms you. You stop thinking about code and start thinking about sustainability, usability, and community trust. Take Rossum, the creator of Python, for example. He wasn't just writing code. He was maintaining a philosophy. There should be one and preferably only one obvious way to do it. That mindset shaped the entire Python community. He later called himself the benevolent dictator for life. But really, he was just a servant leader, ensuring the community grew with clarity and kindness. As a maintainer, you learn to wear many hats. Some days you are an architect, a mentor, a therapist, and sometimes even peacekeeper during a heated GitHub discussion. You learn to see software as a living system and people as its heartbeat. My next point is building community and culture. One of my favorite things about open source is how it connects people across the world. A great example is the AsyncAPI initiative, where I've spent a lot of my time. What started as a small specification for event-driven APIs has now become a growing ecosystem with contributors, students, and maintainers from different countries, backgrounds, and level of experience. And you know what's amazing? Many of these contributors came in as beginners, then made a small documentation fix or helped with a test, and over time, they became maintainers themselves. That's the beauty of open source. It's a constant cycle of mentorship and growth. You build tools, but you also build people. My next point is the reward of maintainership. But now, let us be real for a moment. Maintainership isn't easy. There are days you will feel burnt out, days when you question if it is even worth it. But then someone opens an issue that says, hey, your project helped me learn backend development, or your project helped me make my project or my startup a reality, or you see your library being used in production by a company you've admired for years. Your work is out there empowering someone you've never met. That is the kind of impact you can't buy. You can only earn it through care, consistency, and community. And to wrap it all up, so when people ask me again, Ace, why maintainership? I tell them this. Maintainership is where passion meets responsibility. It is where you move from being a user of open source to being a guardian of it. It is where you realize that the best software isn't just written, it is maintained, nurtured, and passed on. From Linus with Linux to Rossum with Python, and then from Mendes to AsyncAPI, and then to every maintainer quietly pushing updates at midnight. This is how open source moves the world forward. And if you ever get a chance to maintain something, no matter how small, take it. Because in that moment, you're not just maintaining code, you are maintaining possibility. Now, taking this culture we built around mentorship and refining it into maintainership is our next big step. Sure, it is great to mentor contributors to fix a bug or ship a feature and hope one day they end up being maintainers. But it is even greater to mentor contributors to become maintainers, people who can guide, review and shape the project's future. That's transformation from curious learner to first-time contributor to community member and then to collaborator and finally to maintainer is the most rewarding journey in open source. So how do we take that big first step? Step one is reform. We already participate in Google Summer of Code each year. I believe now is the time to invest similar energy into what I call the AsyncAPI maintainership. It is the same spirit as a mentorship program, but with a different focus, a focus of helping contributors evolve into maintainers through structured mentorship and project ownership. We are going to give them the complete open source experience, not just guidance, but responsibility. Step two is reorganization. Next, we are going to redefine the kind of project ideas that get accepted into these programs. Only project that focuses on maintainership, things like governance, issues triaging, project documentation, automations, community toolings, or even onboarding improvements will be prioritized. That distinction helps us go deeper, not wider. It is not just about building features or bug fixes anymore. It is about building foundations. And the last step, which is step three, is volunteering. This part shouldn't be limited to those who receive stipends. We've seen contributors who are so passionate that they will join even without funding. And I solemnly believe with this system, we will take the bold step towards onboarding more maintainers into the initiative. Because without maintainers, code dies, but with them, communities evolve. But now comes the big question, how to get involved. Maintainership doesn't start with, making pull requests. It starts with showing up, commenting on issues, helping others in threads, writing documentation, small consistent acts that build credibility. Now, let's look at the two sides of the community. So if you are an experienced folk, if you are an experienced contributor, this is for you. So if you're an experienced contributor or maintainer, please don't gatekeep. Bring people in. The best maintainers don't build empires, they build ecosystems. Volunteer to mentor contributors who are interested in learning maintainership. And if mentoring feels too much, be a co-mentor. You will still provide value and learn alongside more experienced mentor. The only thing that might slow down the trajectory of this new approach is literally the lack of mentors. If we don't have people volunteering to help mentor, and onboard these potential contributors into becoming maintainers, then we might not get there as fast as we are thinking. And we really want to get there as fast as possible. So if you are currently a maintainer of any of our repositories, please come be a part of this program and help us shape the next generation of maintainers. We already have an amazing mentor and one maintainer at a time. And this is to the inexperienced folks. If you are new, don't wait for permission. Ask, how can I help? Even if it is small contributions like maintaining a README, improving a tutorial, or reviewing a pull request description, it all counts. Join community meetings, read our guidelines, stay engaged, and keep learning. Those habits build trust, and that trust leads to responsibility. And that is simply the start of your path to maintainership. And lastly, to the part where no one wants to talk about, sponsorship and sustainability. Now, let's talk about something that often goes unspoken, sustainability. A lot of people believe open source is free. You come, you take the software, make profit off it, and don't give two Fs. Well, I have to break it to you. Open source isn't free. It runs on passion, but passion alone doesn't pay rent. Here I am today talking about onboarding more maintainers, but how do we sustain them? How do we convince people to take on this responsibility when current maintainers often get little or no support? It is difficult to inspire the next generation of maintainers when the current ones are burning out. Maintainers need more than just applause. They need support, they need sponsorship, recognitions, and dedicated time. And if your company benefits from AsyncAPI, from our tools, our documentations, or even our ecosystem in any way, then it's only right to sponsor. The cool thing is your organization can sponsor this in several ways. One, sponsor a slot for a contributor to be mentored into a maintainer as little as $2,000 per slot. Offer internship placement to our contributors, giving them real-world experience while accessing motivated open source talent. Contribute mentors from your team. Sponsor event swags, tools or resources to enrich the learning experience. Sustainability starts when we stop treating mentorship as volunteer work. Because as I like to say, the project we depend on should not depend on unpaid heroes. And finally, the path to mentorship is not linear. It is messy, it is human, it is deeply, deeply rewarding. You don't become a maintainer overnight. You grow into it through consistency, care, and curiosity. So if you take one thing from this talk, let it be this: build cultures that outlast you, because that's what mentorship is, keeping the door wider than you found it. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Hello and welcome back from that awesome session by Ace, where he went in depth really about what it takes to be a maintainer, what it takes to go from a contributor to a maintainer. And he really educated us about what the journey is like. And we would like to bring him up now for our questions. For those of us who are tuned in on different platforms, we believe that you may have questions for Ace. Now is the time to send them in while we welcome him for questions. Hello, Ace. Can you hear us?
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hi. I'm doing really good. How you doing, Samson?
Awesome, awesome. I'm doing great too as well. I'm doing great too as well. That was really an insightful. I like to say more of an admonition. This is more of an admonition, do's, don'ts, and it's really interesting. I have a couple of questions myself. While the questions from our different platforms are going to come in, I would like to ask, in your own experience, what do maintainers find contributors find more challenging transitioning from being contributors to maintainers? What is the, where are the, should I say, challenging bits in your own experience?
So one thing I would like to point out, especially when you're coming from a contribute, when you're coming from being a contributor and trying to end up as a maintainer, mostly is getting started, right? Getting that first pull request matched, it's always not as easy as a lot of people make it seem, especially in a project like a project as large as AsyncAPI, where you're coming as a contributor, but then all the issues have been picked by every other contributors, and you're like, hey, I really want to contribute, but all the issues have been picked.
Yes.
How do I get around that, right? But in most cases, some of these issues that have been picked or some of these pull requests that have been opened, some of them hasn't received any follow up, right? You see, sometimes the pull request as old as the issue. And I am always telling contributors that, oh, when you come to, let's say, our organization, and I want to believe this also applies to every other organization out there, you shouldn't have to worry about stuff like that, especially when you see an issue that was open 3 months ago already has a pull request assigned to it. But sometimes some of these pull requests are not going anywhere, right? So if the pull request assigned to a specific issue is as old as the issue itself, then I would advise you to pick it up. Ask the maintainers, ask the code owners about the issue and the pull request assigned to it. And then we just pick it up
Awesome.
and open a new pull request and get it done.
Awesome. Awesome. That is, you touched on something else that kind of leads to my next question, right? So for contributors who are interested, who have bought your gospel and would like to contribute and move from even being contributors to maintainers, what is the technical skill set that they need to have? Because I feel that that may be a question that many people would have, like what aspects of my skill set can I contribute to this awesome project? So how skilled, or what areas can I contribute in,
I
and how
mean,
do I have to begin?
one beautiful thing about being a contributor at the Sync API is actually how well diverse we are, especially on the project level. So you don't have to be a coder. You don't have to write code to qualified to becoming a maintainer. I mean, we have other initiatives such as designs, we have, documentations. So you technically don't have to be, a coder or have this particular set of technical skills to qualify to being a maintainer. Yeah, so it goes as far beyond just technical contributions. It also goes to design contributions, docs contributions, and also community contributions as a whole. So, but in terms of technicality, in terms of coding, then most of the projects we have in the initiative, honestly, is mostly JavaScript, TypeScript. So I would definitely say that is one of the requirements. But I want to believe we have other projects that are also waiting in other in other languages. So yeah. Why am I popping up again?
It shouldn't be. Oh,
Okay.
it's
I
a
thought you
glitch.
wanted to start over again.
No, 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 no. Okay, so you there's a question. So for those who might be feeling intimidated about starting out, what's one small step that you feel they can take towards becoming a trusted contributor? Mind you, a small step.
It's most of first thing, read the guidelines. Like I always say, that is my first small step. I want to like. I mean, we're talking about becoming a trusted contributor, right? So, and a trusted contributor is someone who really understands how to contribute, right? Not necessarily what to contribute, but how to contribute. And the first small step is just you have to ensure you read the contributions guideline, right? So AsyncAPI is a really big community, and we are actually big in ourselves, right? So we don't want you to come and make any sort of contributions like the ones we've seen during the GSOC wave. So we're talking about reading the contribution guide, how to contribute, and also, reading the code of conduct is also like really important. That's how we know who a trusted contributor is, right? Not necessarily someone opening a bunch of pull requests, but someone that really understands what it means to contribute.
Awesome, awesome. You heard that, guys. Read the guidelines. Okay, so to our next question, what is one misconception people often have about maintainers that you would like to clear up?
I think I've said a lot about maintenance and maintenance as a whole in my talk. Um, but one misconception is maintenance has to work for free because open source is free. So why should you make money as a maintainer of
All right.
it said open source tool? I'm like, that is a huge misconception. I mean, who's saying maintenance don't need money? I mean, who's saying maintenance don't have rent to pay or have bills to cover? I mean, no. Maintenance need more than just applause, like I mentioned earlier. Maintenance needs support,
Of course they do.
real support. So
Of
that's
course
one
they do.
misconception.
And that goes to our next question, which, I mean, if maintainers are not being supported, they could that would not be sustainable, right? The next question is on burnout and sustainability. It says, what advice would you give to maintainers who struggle to keep momentum?
What advice would I?
Yes. So it says, you talked about burnout and sustainability. What advice would you give to maintainers who struggle to keep momentum? So this is to enable them to not burn out from, I guess, maybe the workload or what they have to do, and to keep.
Yeah, look for contributors. That is just a solution. I mean, um, it's really nice to maintain open source project, but like I always say, it's fun, but it's not all roses, right? So sometimes it becomes really tiring. Sometimes you burn out. Sometimes you have this really crazy or interesting idea or of where you want the project to go, but sometimes you can't do it alone. Sometimes you need people, and the beauty of open source is we have a lot of these people. I know it's not easy to actually get these people, become a part of your vision, especially when it comes to how active some contributors might be. That instead of helping relieve your burnout, they just add to it. So, yeah, that doesn't change the fact that you just need to get more contributors on board.
Awesome.
That's
Awesome.
just contributors is a solution.
Yeah, I think it's like that proverb says: when you want to go fast, you go alone. When you want to go far,
You
you
go
go
with
with
people.
others. So yeah, that really helps. To our next question, which is to you directly, it says, are there particular skills, technical or otherwise, that help you most as you transition from contributor to maintainer?
Apart from technical skills, Apart from the fact that I already know how to program, I already understand how to build project. Uh, One particular technical skill I would love to highlight for this question is the ability to actually understand this project that you're contributing to. I see a lot of people come to contribute. Yeah, they're really excited about contributing, but they don't really understand what the project is all about, right? So you see someone say, "Oh, I want to contribute to the CLI," um, but have you actually tried the CLI, right? Do you really understand what the project is all about? Can you set it up? Can you, generate documentation from a spec using the CLI? Can you validate your AsyncAPI documents? Can you, do what these projects are meant to do? Can you try it out? But most people just, fuck the repository, look for issues and then dabble around the code and try to solve a particular issue. And in today's age of AI, it's really, making it worse. You
Mm.
don't even really want to understand what is going on, but just say, "Oh, Claude, fix this for me." I'm like, "Nah, please don't do that." Try to understand the project you are interested in contributing to. Set it up locally, run it locally. Uh, Go to the project's documentation, which you would learn a lot on. Just understand the project before contributing. I mean, this particular skill will really take you far, especially if you want to end up as a maintainer. Because tell me, who is a maintainer that doesn't understand how the project is going to maintain work? That's really weird. I mean, no one will fuck with you, so
Yes.
you have to understand the project.
Oh, awesome. So once again, read the guidelines and
Ready project guidelines.
read the guidelines to understand what the project is about. That way you can make meaningful contribution since it's something that you're interested in sustaining. All right. And our next question says, do you recommend contributors specialize deeply in one area or stay broad when aiming for maintainership?
For maintainership, I mean, it depends. We are all different individuals. I mean, we've seen people that excel, especially well. They excel well. I mean, they regard themselves as polymaths. I mean, they can do these interesting things across various segments. But that's not everyone, right? Sometimes some of us really excel well when we focus on one thing. So I don't want to make it seem like, oh, if you are really good at diversifying your knowledge, you shouldn't do it. But for most people, I want to believe not everyone has the capacity or the capability to do it. For most people, then I would advise you just pick one project and stick to it. And the interesting thing is at AsyncAPI, we have a lot of these interested projects, right? So it's not like if you select one project, you're going to be missing out on the rest. Every project in the initiative is actually a really good project. I mean, if you choose to be to contribute to, let's say, the generator project, for instance, that is an interesting project, right? If you spend all your time or focusing on this particular project, the
Mhm.
return on investment on the time you've committed is astounding, right? So because it's a really interesting project, and I would say the same for every project in the initiative. So if you're curious about specializing in one particular area, then you should go check out our repositories. We have a ton of this interesting project out there. So yeah, one more take. If you're really good at diversifying your knowledge, if you regard yourself as a polymath, then I would say you should, contribute in different areas in the community, right? Check out different projects that might catch your interest. But if you are someone that doesn't really like doing that, so I would advise you pick one project and stick to it. Go deep in it, and then trust me, the reward is outstanding.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for answering that, Ace. And our last question, which says, what tools or workflows have made your life as a maintainer easier?
First thing first, a special shout out to Toast. So we use this interesting tool on Slack, which basically helps me help me stay up to date with GitHub notifications, especially the ones that I'm really interested in. It's an amazing tool. I can't tell you how much I find this tool really interesting. And now that we have it in our AsyncAPI Slack, it's game changing.
Mm.
All right. So that's one tool I find really interesting. Uh, Another tool I would love to say, I mean, that has helped me make my life easier is actually personal one, which is Obsidian. I don't know if everyone uses Obsidian. I really use it to keep my brains.
Could you give us a spelling so for those who are interested in?
Oh, so it's a note taking tool,
Oh,
Obsidian.
okay.
I believe everyone knows it. It's quite popular. So I mean, some people enjoy using Notion, but
Okay.
I
Yeah, yeah,
enjoy
no
using
problem.
Obsidian. So that's another tool I use, especially when it comes to a maintainer. When I'm trying to draft out, the idea I have in my head before I make it a discussion or before I turn it into an issue, or before I do what maintainers do.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. We have come to the end of our Q&A, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank you so much for the wonderful work you're doing on such an awesome project. Um, Thank you so much for your talk. It was really insightful, and we're looking forward to more contributors becoming maintainers to sustain this awesome project that we all love. Thank you so much for your contribution, Ace, and your talk today.
Um,
We really enjoyed it.
um, Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm really glad I was given this opportunity to, present and talk about something I am really passionate about. So yeah, if you are a maintainer or a mentor, or you're interested in the path to maintainership, and you want to be a part of this initiative or a part of this program, then please come help. Right, we need more mentors, we need more maintainers, we need people that can help make this reality, this dream a reality. So if that is you, please come help us.
So you heard him. If you're interested in this project, read the guidelines. Don't be shy to reach out to ask for directions if that becomes something that you're interested in. Also, thank you so much, Ace, for your time with us today. We really learned a lot. Thank you so much.
um, all right, have fun.
All right, bye then. Okay, that was an awesome Q&A, and want to thank Ace for all those answering all those questions. Uh, right about now, we are going to go on a break to allow you to grab maybe some snacks or whatever you'd like to. Uh, and after the break, we will be heading to a talk by Sneha Bagri on Kafka is not always the answer. Stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay. Welcome. Hello. Welcome back, everyone, from the break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. So, our next host is currently having an internet issue. So, while he tries to fix that, I will be the temporary host. So, without no further ado, I will bring up the next speaker. So, the next speaker we have today is Sneha Badri. I hope I'm doing your name justice. So let me bring up the next speaker so we get to know about the next speaker and the title of the next talk.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone. Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you sound pretty clear.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the platform for having me here today. Wishing everybody a good morning, good evening, and whatever time zones you are. For my introduction, I am Sneha Bagri. I am a technology leader and a consultant at Sayat Software. As a technology leader and consultant, I am focused on building scalable, resilient, and maintainable and resilient systems. My main goal is to bridge the gap between the business goals and the technical excellence. So I have led teams through cloud transformation and design distributed architectures. And I kind of try to make teams make smart architecture decisions and build systems that create real value. So that's about me. Um, I should I be presenting live or
No, so I will
yeah?
bring up your talk. But what is one thing you want our audience to look forward to during this talk?
Yeah, I think the talk really focuses on why we shouldn't just focus on that one golden hammer that we have in our heads, but rather take a more informed decision based on the business factors and how do we create systems that are more simpler and not because something is more complex, you tend to choose that as your choice, but it should be something which makes your life simpler while achieving all the business goals that you have. So my talk is mostly focused around that for the Async API architecture decisions.
Awesome, awesome. I am really excited about this one. So without wasting any more time, let's get started.
Hello everyone. I'm Sneha Bagri from Sahet Software. When we talk about asynchronous systems, one tool we often talk about is Kafka. It is powerful, it is popular, and it's often the default choice. But here is the truth. Kafka need not be the default choice always. Sometimes simpler tools can be faster, cheaper, and easier to maintain. In today's talk, I will walk you through how I learned that the hard way, and provide a practical decision framework to make smart async API architecture choices. I was working for a fast growing e-commerce company few years back, and we were using Kafka for everything: inventory, orders, payments, customer analytics. It was magical. With Kafka, we were able to build fast, real time systems that could scale with ease. It became our go to tool for everything. It was more like our golden hammer, using which we were hammering all our problems. Then we got a simple new requirement where we wanted to automate the process of returns. For doing that, the business wanted us that when a customer clicks on a return announcement button, a label should be generated in the background and sent over as notification. With our default bias towards Kafka, we built our initial architecture around it. The initial architecture was quite simple because we had our UI talking to return service via an API, and the API was kind of creating a background event of return request being raised and then responding back. And this event, which was put on the Kafka topic, was the return announcement event, which was then consumed by the return label generator service, which generated the label and stored it in S3. And it also sent a return label created event via Kafka to the notification service so that we can finally notify the customers about the availability of the label. So this, as we see, is quite simple, just two topics, nothing much that is happening here. But actually the complexity started when we started thinking about resiliency, especially the case where we were dependent on external carrier API for our label generation. So in case the carrier API is momentarily not available, we wanted a mechanism that we could retry the generation of label in the background and uh, then send it. So we wanted to build in some resiliency. So for doing that, this is how our architecture looked like. Now you see that just for the retries, we are introducing, like, the number of topics that we are introducing for the retry is kind of equal to the number of times we want to retry. Because once we have our message in the main topic, then if it doesn't process it well, to unblock the main topic, we send it to the retry topic 1, which retries it after few seconds. Then if retry topic 1 is again not successful, it is transferred to retry topic 2 again to unblock retry topic 1, and retry topic 2 then tries after some extra amount of time, like it's like a back of time. And then if the retry topic 2 also fails, we were finally sending it to a DLT. So DLT is the dead letter topic. This holds the message which have failed and which are not successful at all. Now, if a messages have failed, we also needed mechanism to monitor to see, okay, some messages failed and it needs some kind of manual intervention or a manual retry. So with all of this, we see that now we are maintaining like over 3 extra topics, and maintaining extra topics in Kafka normally involves us maintaining the consumer lags, the offsets, the partitions, and additionally, to monitor the dead letter topic, to monitor the lags, etc., a lot of tooling has to be built because Kafka as a tool doesn't provide it out of the box. We need to build it for our purposes. So this kind of complicates the entire simple thing of retries, where our core logic was for label generation, but the heavy lifting of the architecture was really being done just for resiliency and not for the actual business benefits. So at this point, we understood that we have some problem and we are heavy lifting a lot for something that is not creating a lot of value. So what we ended up doing was reflecting on the problem first that we are seeing. So let's take a moment to reflect on the problem we have seen so far. It is an instinctive choice that when we hear async, we default to Kafka. This is the Kafka by default anti-pattern, where for simple messaging needs, we use Kafka and then we see a lot of extra operational overhead that we are overtaking. And if in case we decide to also maintain the Kafka cluster on our own, then it would mean we have to manage a lot of resources, scalability, performance, and additionally, we have to ensure that there are guardrails across teams that we are maintaining. We are managing the topics and the data formats. We are also ensuring that accesses across teams is maintained. So a lot of heavy lifting goes if we use Kafka. So we should be very mindful of the benefits that Kafka would bring on the table before we make the choice of using Kafka. Now, let's also see some real life examples where uh, we chose, like the respective people chose not to go with Kafka, but rather with other tools. For example, Simple Bet, which is a micro betting website, decided to go not with Kafka, but rather with RabbitMQ because they wanted a simple um, and low cost solution, which was also easier to maintain. Then Palo Alto Networks, which is a well known cybersecurity provider, they kind of went away from using Kafka altogether and they were only dependent on Skylar DB. They took off Kafka from their tech stack because it was like an additional overload that they were maintaining or an additional operational overload that they were maintaining. And they saw that their architecture was fitting well even without Kafka being there. And finally, Flipkart moved away from Kafka to Apache Pulsar because they wanted multi-tenancy, geo-replication, and they wanted to kind of segregate the storage and the compute, which with Kafka was achievable, but for that they had to build a lot of things on top of it. So they did not want to maintain that. So they just moved to Apache Pulsar, which provided all of these. So these are few real life examples. Now let's go back to our problem and see that how did we really solve it. So once we had identified the problem, we brainstormed internally and we discussed like what could be the right solution. And we finally ended up using SQS. With SQS, our life became much simpler because the retries were just like one click. If something goes wrong and we have to redrive manually, the messages ended up in DLQ, that is the dead letter queue, and we could just click on a button and it would redrive. Also, the CloudWatch alarms, alerting, monitoring was very simple because it all came out of the box. So now our life was much easier, and our team was kind of focusing on uh, actually generating new features, creating more business value than doing the additional operational overhead. So I think the big question here now is how do you make that choice of the right architecture for your current problem statement? That's where I would like to introduce a practical framework, which I give it the name of CHAP framework. So CHAP is not just some simple statistical matrix of comparison where you can say, okay, I have these options and I will select this because this gives more value. But rather, it is a more holistic approach. So let's break down what CHAP is. First, it is being collaborative. So we need to understand the problem statement along with the stakeholders. Then we need to take a holistic approach by evaluating all the options that are suitable for this current problem statement. Next, we need to be adaptive. So we need to make our decisions by weighing the different trade-offs that are involved. And finally, once we have implemented the solution, we have to retrospect. So we have to do a post-decision validation where we have to be practical and understand that not all solution is like one golden bullet which would work, but we have to improve as and when we build things. So we'll try to apply the CHAP framework on our problem statement and see how we worked around it. So the first step is to collaborate with the stakeholders. When we collaborate with the stakeholders, we need to define both the functional and non-functional requirements. The non-functional requirements then need to be weighed on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is something which gives you the maximum business impact. So let's see, for example, in our case, when we were doing it for the return label, the most important thing was automated and smooth customer experience that our clients wanted. And for achieving that, we required low latency and high reliability. Now, high reliability was given a weightage of 8 because availability is more important than actual speed, and hence low latency was given a 6. Similarly, we defined other requirements like there should be no return lost. Every request which comes to our system should be processed and our output of a label should be given. For ensuring that, we require resiliency and durability. And with our growing business, we wanted to ensure our systems were able to scale. So we had to build in scalability and high throughput. And finally, one of the most important factors that we wanted to be mindful of is cost effectiveness, where our business wanted to reduce the operational and infra overhead and just invest more cost in actual new requirement business implementations, build new business features. So now we have defined these requirements. After that, we need to take a holistic approach by looking at all the different options that we have in our toolbox and then rate them. So for doing that, we create a simple matrix with tools on one axis and the requirements on the other. I am taking only two examples for now for the tools because otherwise the matrix would become elaborative and it would be difficult to explain. But in ideal scenario, we kind of evaluated it against like 5 or 6 tools and then we came up with a final decision. So now once we have given the tools and the business requirements and we have also attached the weight of the business requirement, we then rate each tool on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is poor and 5 is excellent. So in our example, for scalability, Kafka is given a weightage of 4 and SQS of 5 because Kafka scalability involves some manual intervention. Similarly, we go ahead and give weightage for all other business requirements. And then we finally evaluate the weighted average for each tool against each business requirement. And this gives us the final rating for the tool for the various business requirements we have. Now, given we have our business requirements defined, we cannot just pick the one which is most highly rated, but rather we have to take a more practical or adaptive approach by weighing trade-offs. For doing that, we need to evaluate factors like ecosystem fitment. Does the tool really fit in my ecosystem? For example, is the tool something which would be able to be deployed without buying any new softwares or the kind of putting up something new on my infra? Or would there be an additional effort for my team to upscale and things like that? So will my tool be able to fit in the current infrastructure I have, or is there an additional heavy lifting which is required? The next thing is proof of concept. We need to ensure that whatever new tool we are trying, we get some practical hands-on it. That will help us identify any performance bottlenecks, any hidden costs, or any integration issues that might happen. This will help us take a more practical decision about whether this is the right tool for us or we should evaluate something else. The next thing is we need to look at the risk trade-offs and assumptions. This is important because then we take a more we take a decision based on the factors that we have weighed in, and helps us take a more practical decision. So we kind of define assumption as something that we think is true. For example, in our case, we might say that we are okay with low latency, or we are okay with a vendor lock-in. And the risk is the low latency is causing a lot of customer complaints, or the vendor lock-in suddenly blows up because the business says, oh, you need to get rid of AWS. And trade-offs are things which we are aware that we are going to take, and then we take it with that awareness. For example, the vendor lock-in is okay, and we are okay with having that, or we would like to go very fast to production and we can give away some of the factors like scalability, etc. So these are things that we need to define and then take a decision based on these. And the final and the most important step is then to have a stakeholder alignment where we tell the stakeholders that this is the decision we are taking. These are the reasons of why we are taking this decision, and these are the trade offs of what we are going to do. So, with that, we build trust and we do not have complaints like, okay, why the system is working this way, but rather the state of confusion at a later point is less. So once we have taken this decision and we have implemented our systems, we need to be practical and identify the issues that might have come in or the gains that we have had. For example, in our case, we saw that there were duplicate labels that were getting generated, or there were some messages which were slowing down our systems because there were poison pill issues that were coming in. And some messages were taking longer time than usual to be processed. In other cases, we saw that on the positive side, we saw that our labels were generated 100% of the time. There were no complaints for customers like my label is not available and I am not able to return. And also the overall operational downtime came down. So the teams were happy because they were able to build new features and bring more business value. The business was happy because they were getting new features, and the customers were happy because they could use those features to ease in their life. So at this point, we have finished looking at the CHAP framework, but I would like to re-emphasize that we need to choose the right tool for the right context. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't choose Kafka because Kafka is a great tool, but it should be used for what it is really built for. Like, for example, low latency, high throughput systems where you're churning out thousands of events per second, or you want some kind of guaranteed ordering. You have real time streaming needs where you want to do joins and aggregates as the data is flowing, or you want to be able to have a replayable and durable storage. Then Kafka would be a very great fit. On the other hand, if your needs are simpler, like in our case, we chose SQS and our needs were much simpler, where we wanted something which was more cost effective. We wanted something which was lower on operational overhead. We wanted to reduce our operational and infra overhead. And we wanted to have a scalable enough system where, with our growing business, we were able to scale enough. And we were okay with trade offs like there'll be slightly higher latency. We would have a vendor lock in, there would be no replays because SQS doesn't give replays. And SQS only gives a limited retention of 14 days. So that means if something goes wrong, we'll have our messages only for 14 days. But we were fine with that because label was a one-time thing. Only one request being processed. There were not multiple consumers who were dependent on it. So if a label is generated, we are sorted. So this tool fit well for our case. Now, I would like to leave you with three essential takeaways. The first is we need to break that golden hammer in our head. That could be any tool that you default to for your async needs. And something I would like to specifically call out is that Kafka is not that magical tool which will solve all your async API problem, but rather you have to use the right tool for the right context. And something like a CHAP framework will help you make that right choice. And last, we often need to believe that complexity is fragile and simplicity often wins. So, with this note, I would like to thank you.
Oh, what an amazing session. I really enjoyed this particular one. You should use the right tool for the right context. That is my favorite part of this session. But this is not my session. I actually don't take the spotlight. So let me bring back our speaker, Sneha.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back. What an amazing session. I found it really, really interesting. So I want to check if we have questions from the audience before we move. Okay, we don't have any question. Awesome, awesome. So this is an interesting session. I personally do not have any question, but before we wrap it up, what is one advice you would give uh, the audience before we call it a day?
Yeah, I think in my experience, I took Kafka as one of the examples where it is the golden hammer. But we have more such examples in industry. For example, when we think about infra deployments, we kind of default to having a fully deployed container which is running 24/7, and we do not think about serverless options, for example, out of the box. That's not our default. So even in such cases, we should think about what is going to fit to our business best. So as I think you also rightly re-emphasized, that we should always focus on right tool for the right context, and that applies not only to Kafka and Async API, but in general to any technology that we are going to use.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, especially when you're talking about ASYNC API, that is protocol agnostic, which means you can use any of these communication protocols. You can use Kafka, you can use just mention it. You can use any of them. You can use MQTT, you can use
Yeah.
but then it's just about choosing the right tool, right? Not because this one is popular or everyone talks about Kafka, so let's just use Kafka, right? It's actually using the right tool for the right context, which I literally have the screenshot of that particular part during the talk. I really love it. Okay, so fortunately, you're not gonna go. We have some more questions, so I'm gonna point them out to you. So the first question is, why might Kafka not be the right solution for every data streaming or event-driven architecture? And what are some scenarios where simpler or alternative native systems have sparked development?
So I think one of the examples is something that I did present my session on. So if we are focusing, so we cannot outrightly say that something is good and something is not good. It really depends on the entire context. Whenever we hear streaming, the first question we need to ask is, do we even need streaming for our needs? Are there other ways that we can achieve it? Or when you think about event driven architecture, like there are so many tools outside, right? Sometimes even just MQTT might be just very simple, or RabbitMQ might be fulfilling your purposes. So it depends on the holistic picture of the business scenario. Something where a streaming application might be a very good fit is, for example, where you are getting sensor based data, which is flowing continuously, and you need to really kind of process that and give a very real time information. In that case, you might want to use something like Kafka. But even if it is real time and you don't need immediate responses, then sometimes simpler things or background jobs might be cheaper and easier to maintain, because Kafka's overall architecture doesn't just come with benefits, but it also comes with a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of monitoring, lot of orchestration, lot of I think a lot of stuff like maintenance. Depending on how you're hosting, a lot of things change that way as well. And even after you have hosted, maintaining the lags, partitions, offsets, it could be a nightmare until it gives you benefit and you're happy about what you're getting out of it. I guess we need to be mindful about that fact.
Awesome. I hope that actually answers the question. Terry, thanks so much for such an insightful session, Sneha, and I really hope to see you next time. I personally would love to like replay your talk, and hopefully, and thankfully, not hopefully, thankfully, this talk recorded, so I can easily play it anytime I like. Yeah. So, what is so before we call it a day, I want you to um, say a goodbye. I don't know, some sort of goodbye talk to the audience. And I don't just want you to like go. I want you to say something to the audience, maybe in relation to this conference.
Yeah, I think Async API in itself is a very great initiative, and I guess there are a lot of people who are starting to contribute to it. And I very recently got introduced to this, so I would like to see how I could also be part of the community, not just for giving talks, but also to be able to contribute a little bit back to the community. And I know a lot of you are already part of it and contributing to it. So kudos to that. And thank you for having me here. It was great presenting on this forum.
Yeah, thank you also for honoring the invitation and submitting your talk. And hopefully, everyone finds this talk as helpful as I did. And until then, goodbye, Sneha, and we'll see you
Thank
later.
you. See you.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back from that short break. I would like to believe we have been having fun with the first two sessions that we've had, both from Ace and now Sneha talking about Kafka is not always the answer. So we will head right into our next session. I'm really excited for this one, and it's about documentation, right? As teams build more event-driven architectures, one of the challenges that they always face is documenting them clearly so everyone can understand. So that way they can collaborate and build with confidence. And that's where tools like Docusaurus and AsyncAPI come together beautifully to create interactive, friendly documentation for event-driven services. In our next session, documenting event-driven services with Docusaurus AsyncAPI, our speaker, Matthew Cho, will be walking us through how to bring documentation to life by combining the power of Docusaurus for static sites with AsyncAPI for event-driven specs. So whether you're a developer, maintainer, or someone who's just curious about how to make your event-driven architecture easier to understand, you are in for a great session. We will be heading to that talk now.
Hi, my name is Matthew Cho,
Enjoy.
and I'll be talking about documenting event-driven services with Docusource Async API. Now, Docusource Async API is a plugin that helps with generating the documentation for an Async API specification for Docusource websites. And Docusource is a tool for generating documentation in general. So I'll be demonstrating how to use this tool as a part of specifying and documenting a service in general. So let's go over a conceptual architecture for a service-oriented application. Our application would be composed of several different systems, and each communicating asynchronously via a service bus, and they may each also have a API that is usable in an RPC fashion. These systems could be composed of one or more services or even be serverless. And so we'll be defining the boundaries of these systems using the OpenAPI and AsyncAPI specifications. So zooming in to one of these systems, often we'll use OpenAPI to specify a REST API and then AsyncAPI to specify the messaging. And using OpenAPI and AsyncAPI, we can abstract out common data resources and things like payload examples and error schemas, or metadata like tracing and item potency into common schemas. So some of the advantages of using both OpenAPI and AsyncAPI together is that we get to reuse the data schemas for consistency. We can also use a same tool like Docusource to generate the API documentation. And then we can also use lint tools to ensure that the specifications conform to a particular standard or style guide. And then linting can also help us with making sure that the example payloads and events that we define actually conform to our schema definition. We can also use backwards compatibility checking tools over our specification, and we can also use tools like code generation to generate the data classes for our service off of the data schema definitions in OpenAPI and AsyncAPI. Now, these are all great advantages, but in particular, the API documentation really helps with actually designing the API in the first place. So how do API specs and documentation aid the design of a service? It really comes down to an API first design approach where where a system is defined by its API first for its REST API as well as its messaging APIs before any implementation happens. And when we approach a system design like this, when we can generate documentation for these specs in, it helps us to really visualize the API before actually developing. And when we build a website that hosts the specification and documentation, we can share it across functions. So we can share the design of the API with product designers, with go-to-market folks, and oftentimes they might not have the tool set up to visualize the spec, and so it makes it much easier to share the specification. We can also start writing integration guides for the API, both on the REST API with OpenAPI as well as the messaging via AsyncAPI, and that helps us to get feedback from our users early in the API design. And then the other thing is that the documentation can be kept living as we add our examples and add to our examples. We can make sure that they're up to date in our documentation as well. So in the demo later, I'll be going through a particular use case, applying the conceptual architecture to an inventory management system. We'll split our system up into several different services, and in particular, we'll be looking at specifying and documenting the inventory system. So as I've mentioned before, we would use an open API to document the REST API and async API to document the messaging API. And we can, again, use the common schemas like resources and payload examples among these two specifications. So going over how I've structured the project is via workspaces in npm package. So the first package is the API specification, and the second package is the API documentation that depends on the API specification. In the spec package, we're bundling via Redocly CLI and also doing our linting via Redocly CLI. And then we can also do compatibility checks via the AsyncAPI diffing tool. And then we can also generate changelogs via a tool called ChangeSets CLI. Bundling is an important step here because it allows us to build a final spec file and publish that into a registry, whether that be npm or for Java like Maven, that other clients can make use of. In our API documentation package, this hosts a website that's built with DocuSource, and we'll use OpenAPI to generate the docs via a plugin called ReDocuSource. And then we'll generate the AsyncAPI docs via DocuSource AsyncAPI. All right, so let's walk through the code itself. In the inventory service here, we have our API specification package. Inside of the API specification package, we have two top-level folders, V1 and V2. Right now, they are the exact same, and they're split out in this way just to demonstrate how we might manage major versioning. Inside of the V2 folder, we have a common set of schemas, and for a more complex service, we might have more files and break up our data schemas into more files. But let's take a look at the particular supply resource in our inventory service. So we have a supply resource schema defined here. It contains data fields from the objects that defines the supply, and then it also contains common resource metadata like an ID and create time. And that's imported here and referenced through this resource file. Now this supply resource schema is going to be used and referenced in our open API, particularly in the responses to the creation requests, the GET requests. And this same supply resource is also referenced in our async API definition. So in this particular example, our events API consists of sending events every time a supply is created or updated or deleted, and the event payload will contain the actual supply resource data as well. And so we can reuse this data object between the two. Okay, now let's see what that might look like in the documentation part. So inside of the documentation configuration, we have our plugin redocusaurus, and that refers to our open API files to generate, as well as docusource async API. And these refer to the async API definition for generating the async API documentation. I've tried to structure the configuration for both of these plugins very similarly because they're used often alongside each other. And with that much of config, we can take a look at the actual result. So this is the landing page, and the two primary tabs we'll look at are Open API and Async API. So for the supply resource, that'll be the response to the API requests. You'll see that that matches our defined schema, and this same schema is going to define the content of our supply event payload. Right, so the same fields of ID and create time for the base resource, and then the quantity, stock keeping unit, etc. of the supply data. And we get all this generated based on just a single reference to our async API documentation. And this is all made possible via the Async API React component as a part of the Async API ecosystem. One more thing I'd like to show you is in our guides, we can create this is an example of a simple integration guide that we can create. And it just documents the supply creation API and then the expected payload you might get if you were consuming and subscribing to the supply events topic. And these are references to actual examples in our OpenAPI and AsyncAPI specs. So that means if we changed our spec in code and refresh the website, the updated examples would both show up in our generated documentation as well as any integration guides that we've defined as well. Okay, so let's go through an example of what it might look like to add a field to our API. So if we go over to our supply data schema, let's say we add a field external ID that is a type of string, and let's give it a max length of 255 and a minimum length of 1 to make sure that if it is provided, that it is not empty. Now here we can run our checks, which bundles the specification and then lints it and then checks for backwards compatibility. And in this case, we've gotten a linting error that says that we didn't define a description. So to fix that, we would need to add a description here. And then we can run our check again. All right, everything looks good. Now we can restart our documentation website. And we go over to the payload definition for our supply resource. We'll see that we now have an external ID in the schema. And then next, let's update our payload example here. So now that this is a field that's defined in our schema, optional string, we can add it in our example here. And then bundle our spec again. And if we look at our examples to the supply resource, we'll see that the external ID has been updated here in the example. When we click over to the guides, we'll also see that the external ID has been included in the example payload in our integration guide because it's referring to the same example object in our async API spec. Okay, now that we like our changes, let's update our change log. We'll include our changed package. It was not a major version bump. And because it was a new field, we'll call it a minor version change. We'll say we added an external ID to the supply resource. All right. With the change queued, we also need to update the version. If we take a look at our generated changelog, that's the summary that we wanted. And now we can go to the changelog that we have and see that change documented in our changelog on our website. All right, thanks for watching the demo here. If you want to see the plugin itself, you can head over to mtso/docusource-asyncAPI, and then for the reference implementation of the API spec and documentation repository, it's under inventory-service-demo on my GitHub. So that concludes the walkthrough of the definition of our API specification and using that in our API documentation generated by DocuSource AsyncAPI, as well as reDocuSource using the DocuSource website generation tool.
All right, what an awesome session that was. Welcome back. And a big appreciation to Matthew Cho for taking us through that session on DocuSarus, how it integrates with Async API, and how you can document your systems properly. I hope you had an enlightening time watching that. Our next item on the agenda is a break. We'll be going on another quick break, and then after the break, we will be looking at the future of Async API. Yep. So, looking forward to that. So please stay tuned and don't go nowhere.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the next talk, which will be about the looking at the future of async API from the governance. So I would love to bring on Tuli to discuss about this. Um, just give me a minute. Okay. Hi, Tuli.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Yeah, good. So would you like to give a brief introduction about yourself and what this talk is all about?
All right. Hi, everybody. Tilly. Currently the chair of the Async API Governance Board together with Fran and Hugo. So today's talk will be a panel discussions discussing the future of Async API basically from our perspective as the governance board after the recent transitioning. So yes, it will mostly also answering some questions that we've also got from the community. Yeah, so that will be a brief panel from us as the Async API governance board.
Okay, so can we get right into the talk? That's okay by
Yes,
you?
yes, we can.
Okay, let's start this.
Over to you, Julie.
Hi
No
everybody.
further introduction.
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome to today's panel. This is the Async API Governance Board. Fran is supposed to introduce me, right? Then I moderate. So over
Sorry,
to
sorry,
Fran.
sorry for that. Let me start again. Let me start again. Let's just we we don't push, we don't stop it. We just go ahead. But let me start again. I should have introduced you. I'm always thinking that everybody already knows you, so you don't need introduction. But you're right. We should be gentle and introduce you. So yeah. Um, so we were thinking who's gonna moderate this panel, and we all decided that it should be Tuli. Probably Tuli didn't decide that, um, but yeah. So Tuli, she's been running the community manager position for the last 3 years, probably 2 years. Tuli, how long?
Yes, Stu.
Yeah, okay.
Stu.
So
We're
two
going to
years.
three. Yeah.
So yeah, since the visible face of the community of the AsyncAPI community since a couple of years now, and she's also now the chair of the governance board. So over to you, Tuli.
Thank you so much, Fran. Hi everybody. And yes, this is the Async API Governance Board. So since everybody knows me, I mean, if you don't know me, I don't know who you know. But yes, this is the Async API Governance Board panel. So today I'm not alone. I've got Hugo. Hi, Hugo. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah. Again, welcome back to the Sync API conference. I really are honored to be here with these two legends of the Sync API community, Fran and Tuli. My name is Hugo. I'm part of the ambassadors team within the Async API initiative, and also now from this year part of the members governance board, sharing some of the leadership within the initiative to make and accomplish the goals for the next couple of years. So happy to be here, happy to join you for this panel, and happy to contribute on what's new, what's coming, and what's the future of Sync API.
Thank you so much, Hugo. And also we've got Fran Mendes here. Hi, Fran. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Fran Mendes, and yeah, some people know me because I created this in KPI. I'm I used to be, and I used to be before creating this in KPI, a creator, let's say, as in building things, a builder, a doer, right? Building many things. And that's what I'm doing lately as well. So I'm just building stuff and writing stuff, writing the book and so on. Um, so yeah, for the last, I've been running. I was going to say like I've been here for the last X years, but yeah, since the beginning of facing KPI, right? So yeah, so for the last 9 years, pretty soon actually, 9 years. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. So today we're having a panel session on the topic looking at the future of Async API. And the main goal of this panel is to pull back the curtain on how the new governance board is structured as well. And there have been so many questions with the changes as well, like people asking like, is it the right move? Why did we change? So today we'll be answering some of those questions, and which leads us to my next point, to the next question: why a governance board? So why do we have it? Why did we change? Why did we get rid of Lucas? Some people said we got rid of Lucas, right? Why did we get rid of Lucas? So yeah, let's discuss why do we have a governance board at Async API? Um, it's an open question, so over to you, governance board members.
You included.
Yeah, me included.
Okay, I can take this one. Um, so yeah, it was not to get rid of Lucas. First of all, like I want to clarify that he wanted to get rid of himself, which I completely understand and respect. Um, the thing is that Async KPI grew too much for a single person to manage the whole thing, right? I used to say that the executive director role was given whoever was the person in that role, right? But the role was giving you none of the, let's say, no power at all over the initiative. Instead, it was more like the servant, the servant leader of reference for that community, right? For this in KPI. Um, this comes with two sides, like everything, right, in life. Like the good side is that you get to serve a lot of people to do many really good things. The other hand, on the other side, you have the problem that you have to do many things, many things. So yeah, it's tiring. And Lucas has been in the role for 3 years, I think, more or less. So yeah, it can be tiring. It can be really tiring. So yeah, we could have elected another another director, but we will be in the same situation in a few months or years. So we discussed openly, like we all do it here, right? If moving to a governance board model will be better or not. And I think we all agree that it would be a great idea. So we can share the load of managing and leading the whole initiative, right? It's about sharing the load, really. It's mostly, I would say, about that. Like, so no single person holds the whole responsibility. I was going to say power, but it's not power. It's about responsibility. Because the power truly really goes to TSC, not to the governance board. Even as here, whenever we want to do something, um, let's say we want to apply some changes on how we operate, we have to get the approval of the TSC, right? So zero power. It's more about working and doing the things that nobody wants to do, and just let the TSC approve.
Awesome. So that leads to my next question. So what is the actual job for the governance board members? Ruga, do you mind taking that one?
Sure, no, for sure. It's and building on what Fran was mentioning. the challenge for a single person to actually being able to fulfill every single role responsibility was too much, right? So trying to make a single person expert in you know the technical initiatives, the marketing responsibilities, the logistics and operations, as well as the finance part, was too much. So that's exactly what the governance board wants to address, right? Being able to split those responsibilities with different profiles, with different people that has this kind of background that can um, spread the load and then really position their capabilities, their core capabilities in those areas that require that specific attention. Because as Fran was mentioning, the idea is to grow the initiative even more beyond what's the growth that we had in the last couple of years. So the actual board, the actual job of the governance board is to help out to spread that load first, away from just one single person, so we are able to then um, do parallel work, to being able to give a close follow up to the initiatives, and basically try to achieve the goals that we established for the community and the initiative overall. So we will try to work around handling the finance of the organization, being able to obviously not only manage what we already have available, but also being able to try to get more resources under the initiative to obviously um, impulse and power some of the initiatives and the programs that we have already current running, but also the ones that we want to implement as part of the goals. So that's one of the big ones, and obviously to be able to chase those resources, we need to obviously have some work around how we communicate, how do we share the information that we are doing, how we can recruit more users, people that works on the initiative. So we're going to be also doing this kind of activities, and well, even though maybe we were not going to be executing them directly, I mean, maybe Fran will be publishing some social media posts, but it's more on being sure that the activities are being done right. Maybe we might be doing some ourselves, but the idea is to have relying on the team, gathering and sharing the load with the participants, as with the power part that Fran was mentioning. um, uh, 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 Leaning on the TSC, the ambassadors, to be able to help us doing that, right? So, but at the end, we need a person or a team that is in charge of all those responsibilities that can become, the point of contact for everyone to around those different topics. So we are going to be working around that. Obviously, there's operations, as with any kind of organization. We need to be sure that we are protected, so working with legal, checking that there's fulfillment of contracts, of paperwork, those kind of things that are most of the times, back office, that are not the shiny things that we see at the conferences, but that need to be done. So that's work that we are trying to address. That's kind of things that is part of the day to day of the was part of the day of the executive director, is now part of the governance board, as well as being able to solve conflicts of any kind within the organization, between where budget goes, all the way to code of conduct and interactions between members and so on. It's the kind of things that are part of the governance board in this area. um, Maybe Tully, you can contribute to that too.
Yes. So speaking about the I know there was a question. Somebody asked, like, in a single PI, what kind of governance structures do we adopt? So I also like want to echo that we have two groups. We have the technical steering committee, that takes on the technical direction from the spec to the code to the community. Then the governance board, as you said, manages the business, the open source business from funding to marketing. But all in all, for the governance board to be there is because of the technical steering committee that has to vote us there, and it's all clearly stated on the charter. But one core principle is we still remain transparent. We have public meetings. Everything that we do is available in public. So that's one thing that we do best at AsyncAPI, that everything that we do, it's always in public and it's transparent. There's no back doors or inbox decisions that are being done as well. Yes, so that leads to decision making as well. We don't make decisions at all. We drive like the votings that needed to be done, and TSC members are the ones in charge of voting. We don't make decisions at all. We might facilitate discussions, but we don't make any decisions. So any voting, any decisions that need to be done, whether it's about budget, hiring, or maybe changing a few structures in the community, it still has to go under voting by the TSC members. So that's basically like the structure that we have at AsyncAPI, the whole governance structure that we have. And yes, it's been a few months since we've been voted, the three of us. So yeah, let's talk about the progress that we've made so far, like immediate progress. And I know we still have a lot to do before the year end wraps up. So yeah, let's talk about the progress so far. Yeah, by the way, I'm Fran. You said that I'm the chair, right? So I get to monitor like are we making progress or not. So yeah, let's hear from the governance board members, including myself, the chair, to see like have we really made progress so far in the last few months or not.
Yeah, you are the chair. That means that you now have more work to do and less power. Uh, no, I'm kidding. So, about progress, we haven't done much of, let's say, something tangible that people could see. There has been some things that have been obvious and announced as well, but most of the progress have been, let's say, on the onboarding work. So Lucas has done a huge amount of work during the last years that needs to be handed over, and that's what we have been sorry, that's what we have been working on for the last actually we've been elected in June, I think, or July, but we really didn't start until September. So, because yeah, we were most of us were on holidays, so on summer holidays. So yeah, well, winter holidays for some. Uh, so yeah, um, so the thing is that we started in September, really. So we are like a month and a half, or almost 2 months now in the working on this and trying to figure out how to split, the tasks and what are the things that need to be done, what other things are things that we can drop, we can stop doing. And something that I want to reinforce that we're doing right now is the fact that we are working on the objectives, right? So working on the objectives of the community for the next year, right? That is not to be confused with the objectives of each repo, each tool, right? This is completely separated. We don't get to decide on any repo decisions. We have no power there. It's more about, again, business side of things, legal, finance, and so on, right? Everything, and structure as well. So before deciding what are we gonna be doing, the first things that we are working on is what do we want to achieve, right? What is our main objective, right? Our main goal, whatever you want to call it, and then building from that will end up in a few, let's say, tasks, if you want, or actions to be taken, right? That most likely will affect other things like the budget, for instance, like where are we putting the budget? Where are we removing budget from as well? If that makes sense, maybe we end up deciding that um, look, the things that we're doing so far are good. We just have to continue, and things remain the same way. But we want to make sure that we reevaluate everything from the ground up, and we'll see. But this is unsexy work that we all have to do in the beginning, right? Of thinking about the all the objectives and all the priorities and so on. And so, yeah. Anyone else wants to add anything to that?
Yeah, I can certainly contribute to that one. It is it is interesting because yeah, it is the unsexy work where we're just doing the transition period, right? It's a different type of leadership that the initiative had in the past. So obviously, it's trying to understand exactly what's going on, and obviously getting all this amazing work that Lucas had done in the past, being able to understand the reach of that work, the uncovering as part of the goal of this panel is uncover what's going on, what's been done, what's missing, what is where are we standing basically, what is the current situation that we have within the initiative, and then being able to then transition to actually working on those, right? So it was the period of the election, then the transition to um, please assemble our meetings, our team, try to work on schedules, on cadence for meetings, that now you have been that you have now been able to see the meetings, the recordings, the live streams. All that work on preparation to each one of those meetings requires some time, some coordination, all these kind of efforts that it's always backstage kind of work. So imagine that, but for the whole initiative, right? We're doing the backstage work on how to get ready to really start to then have these tangible assets that Fran was talking about. Um, Setting up the chair election. So within us, we had to elect a chair. Chul is now part of the chair. We had to get into this part of the how we operate, how we are going to get consensus, how we're going to be doing those kind of decisions, all these kind of things that are internal for us to operate as well, and then externally being able to operate are the kind of, I think, the best progress that we have been done on the last couple of months. Is trying to um, receive the house, being able to organize, and then start doing the actual work. And one of those, as Fran was mentioning correctly, is understand what where do we want to go as an initiative, what are the goals that we want to achieve based on what we have been doing, what we have been trying to achieve in the past, and then steer all the activities in pursuing those goals, right? And some of those will be seeing what initiatives or what activities, what groups have been doing great job, where we can um, continue pushing, letting them continue, or where we have not been getting the results that we were expecting, and then taking actions on those. Right? We are not there yet, taking a lot of actions. We are still going smaller steps until we get a right cadence, and then we're able to then continue. This typical, what it's crawl, walk, run initiatives. We are still, I think, on the crawling, but we're starting to get into the walking phase. So I will hope certainly that we are going to be getting more progress in the future. Tully, what do you think?
Well, just to echo what you've both said, like we need to start like we're looking back at what we've done. I mean, the community goals contribute a lot to the direction of the year. So that is the first thing, like even making sure that we secure the budget for next year. It starts with like well-defined goals, of which is something that we've been working on, and which is very important, really, like to have direction. Without direction, then we are not being sustainable at all as a community. So the first things first was to define the goals. And if you're listening, please make sure to go on the community report and check out what we will be focusing on next year. So this is more like a promo, right? So please make sure you participate as well, because it's for the community. It's not for only the responsibility of the governance board member, but as a community as a whole. And yes, we've already had a few public meetings. We're still taking baby steps, and soon, very soon, we'll be walking. As Hugo said, you crawl, you take your first steps, and you walk. So we are taking it slowly but surely, but we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, making sure that the community is sustainable long term, and it all starts by us having a direction of where we want to go and how we should take things forward. And yeah, I think, which leads us to the next question, like, what does the future look like? What's next for the governance board? We have these goals. We have spoken about goals. We've spoken about our responsibilities, and what do you want to achieve? Like, what is next for us? Hugo, let me turn it around. Hugo, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, sure.
Flip the order. Love it. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah. So, what's the feature? Well, obviously, it's trying to have a well-oiled machine on the governance board, being able to get some cadence, some rhythm on the activities. Highly focused on it's obviously um, on growing the community. So that means that we need to increase the footprint on different areas, right? So we're focusing on sustainability. That means that we need to be able to get the budget for all the activities that we want to accomplish. So you will see more work around securing sponsorships, being able to contribute with those sponsors, with the people. So we will try to also being able to increase the footprint of the whole ecosystem around these projects, being able to increase also the membership on the TSC. So this is one of the things we invite people to do. It's obviously join the TSC, the ambassadors teams, because as Fran was mentioning, that's where the actual decision power for the tangible assets of the initiative are really been done. Where the power really resides in the TSC. So if you want to be part of the community, we want to being able to steer and take decisions and actions is through the TSC. So we invite everyone that it's contributing to the initiative, that has some interest in the initiative, to also being able to join the TSC team, so they're able to contribute where they think are valuable. Obviously, trying to get up to speed with the ecosystem. One of the things that I love about the initiative is that it's not focusing only on the initiative. It has grown an ecosystem around the specification. Sorry. About the specification. So yeah, we have the specification repo, all the work around that, but we have a whole ecosystem, the playgrounds, the generators, all these kind of projects that are growing around this specification need to have their own sustainability. So what we are going to be planning in the future is obviously the initiative and the specification on its own, but also the ecosystem, make it thrive, make it grow and evolve in a way that it's covering the new use cases. We have discussing within the different teams around AI, right? How we are going to be making our dent there, or how we are going to be become relevant to this new world that it's growing around things like AI or other different movements on the architecture side. So we're going to be certainly taking a look at those, trying to foster those conversations, being able to to help out to support some initiatives around those kind of things. And basically the idea is trying to continue growing the adoption around this. I do think that these new efforts around these topics will certainly keep us relevant as part of the work and the architecture decisions. But it's important to certainly make the case, being able to explain why and how, and help people work with those. So this is important to things, and it's going to be part of the major objectives of the governance board on its own, but also as part of the initiative overall. What do you think, Frank?
I don't think anything. Uh, so honestly, it's really difficult to add anything from aside from that. Just want to echo what you said, right? So again, like I think it's setting the direction, steering basically is our job here. So the future of for the governance board is to understand where do we want to go, what do we want to achieve, right, and then working or setting the structure and the processes to get there, to allow us to get there, um, and trying to get there in a more structured way, let's say, right, in a way that we can actually track, that we can actually measure, right. This is not about measuring performance of people, of course. This is about measuring, like, hey, we decided that we're going to invest in this program, for instance. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, we decided that we're going to invest in the maintainership program. Cool. Why? Because we want to achieve X, whatever, having more maintainers, for instance, right? I think that will be the outcome, right? Cool. Is that true? Like, we need to be monitoring that, right? Like, monitoring the outcome of every decision that we take, right? Is that true that by having a maintainership program we'll get more maintainers? Um, Perhaps, but we have to be tracking like how many new maintainers we got since then because of the maintenance program. Um, if say for instance it's very low or it's none, it's zero, like is it because of the maintainership program is not the answer, or it's because we are performing poorly, in running the maintenance program? So we need to be evaluating all these things all the time, tracking everything, right, constantly, just to see if we are um, in the good direction, right? Like, um, I like to think about this, like, the bands that you have on the highways on the side, that band that if you drive over them, it starts making a noise, like to tell you, like, hey, you're going out, you're derailing, basically. So that is the same thing. It's like if you um we need to be putting some metrics here and there, and systems here and there to understand if we are if the decisions that we took are performing well or not, and yeah, and if not, we need to keep changing them and iterating on them until we find the solution and the desired outcome, right? For those who have been involved in project management activities in the past, this is nothing new. We're not inventing the system here. This is the usual in every company. Whenever you have a project that you want to push forward, you need an objective, right, for the whole team to push in the same direction. You need metrics. You need KPIs if you want. So these metrics, and you also need you need to be constantly monitoring and alert that the thing is is moving in the right direction, and otherwise changing the what you're doing, right? If you keep doing something that is not working over and over, you're just gonna burn money, nothing else, right, and time. So yeah, that will be I will say that the future of the governance board here, right? And then we'll have to again echo what you said. Is like um, I think this should not be a responsibility of the governance board only, right? Um, because we we arrived until what we cover whatever we're able to cover, right? So like we are just three people here. This is a side, well, except for Tully, this is a side gig for us, right? So so that is it's hard for us to be everywhere, right? And to be aware of everything that's happening. So, but even for Tully, who's working, I know because I've been there. I've been working full time on AsyncAPI, and it was impossible to be aware of everything that was happening. So I think everyone should step up and say, "Hey, like I'm gonna help with this." But for that, our first responsibility will be to communicate where do we want to go, right? And what things are we going to do, and why, and for what, right? So once these things are clear, we welcome. I mean, even during the discussion of these things, but after that is decided, we welcome everyone to become ambassadors of this, right? Not as in AsyncAPI ambassadors, but ambassadors of this direction, and making sure that whatever we're doing, everywhere in each part of AsyncAPI community, it's pushing in this direction and not against this, right? Or sideways, right? So, so yeah, nothing else to add. Maybe you
Yeah,
had something to leave.
I love it, Frank. What you're saying is basically we will try to move away from just relying on people, because people can certainly move or change, but we are really trying to build an institution here, and that's where we need processes where
Mhm.
are not dependent on you know a specific name or somebody that is backing up, but we have this institutionalized of the execution, the board, the governance, all the activities. It will not really depend on Julie or Fran or Hugo personally to being able to be successful. If we are able to create this set of processes, then yes, we certainly will have a lot of help from people, but people, processes, tools. It's something we advocate a lot within this industry, and this is what we certainly need to get. Is your friend did great leadership as well as Lucas in the past. Um, but the next logical step to really being able to grow, to move to that maturity level, is being able to establish processes that will help anyone in that position or in our position to be able to be successful and to continue driving the initiative forward.
And as you can hear it, the governance board has amazing plans. And if you know me, you know that I've been preaching about sustainability and getting more people to get involved in community work, of which it makes me so excited because it's showing that we're really growing, not just growing in terms of like numbers, like more coming, but we're actually growing in a way that is sustainable. So having processes is one thing, and it sustains us long term. And if something doesn't work, we reiterate, we go back to the drawing board and make sure that it works again or we improve it. So it makes me so excited because looking at the future and looking at the direction that we are taking, we are becoming sustainable and we are becoming more responsible as a community. And yes, it does not rely only on me, on the governance board members. It doesn't rely only on the TSC, but even you, we have so many things to do in the community. So come join the community builders because there's so many things that need to be done in the community. We have working groups as well. So once like these goals are defined and we call for help, please join us in helping us sustain us in KPI. Yes. So with that being said, do we have any last remarks? I think I've exhausted everything that we had on the agenda, on our outline, on our minds. I don't know. Do we have any last remarks that we didn't mention? Or
We actually have less than a bit more than 2 minutes left,
Mhm.
so I don't think there are that's much time because I think that the slot is for 40 minutes, right, in the conference. So we probably don't have much time to add here. So
Yeah, no, well, I think there was an introductory session. Now you know us. Follow the governance board meetings. Join the different efforts around the initiative to help us grow and sustain. If you are able to contribute to any of the working groups, you are more than welcome to join them. If you think there's a working group that needs to be created, please contribute. We have a ton of issues open here in the different repos, as well as the initiative that we are following. So we invite you to continue participating, keep involved, spread the word around AsyncAPI, the initiative, the work everyone is doing. And yeah, hang around, continue enjoying the conference. That will be my last remarks. Tuli, you're ready to go.
Yes, thank you so much, Hugo. Thank you so much, Fran, for taking time. I know your schedules are busy. Unlike me, I can like let's have a meeting now. But thank you so much for really taking time to come here share the work that we're doing as the governance board members. And yeah, feel free, please, to come and ask us questions. I know there have been questions flying around, and I know some are concerned. And I hope that we did as much as possible to answer those questions. But if there are any follow-up questions, or you feel like you have questions on what we are doing, you might not understand why we are doing what we are doing, please feel free to ask any one of us. We'll be really happy to really answer you. And if you want to get involved as well, just drop us a DM. We'll be very much glad to share how you can get involved in the community. And yeah, thank you so much, and continue to enjoy the online conference. From me, Fran, and Hugo, I guess we can call it a day, right?
yeah.
Yep, I
Oh,
guess we can call it a day. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. And yeah, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, happy to receive any messages.
Bye. Mhm.
perfect.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me now?
You are, yeah.
So thank you so much
Yes, we
for
can.
a wonderful panel discussion. And what I got out from that panel discussion was that the governance board help keep things running from measuring the impact of the programs being organized by AsyncAPI and to understand the decision appropriately very well. So anyone of the audience have any questions to ask, you can do so now. Or if there's any questions or any like contribution from Fran or Tuli, you can also like point it out right now. But before then, I would love to ask a question, if that is okay by you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Look, so I know the governance board. I don't really understand so much about the governance board, and others would love to ask this. So, how do one join this governance board, and is it open to the general public, internally to members of AsyncAPI?
Hmm. Okay. So for you to be to join the governance board, it means that you need to be in technical steering committee. So that means you need to either be a maintainer for you to be part of the TSC, or an ambassador. And also the TSC needs to vote for you and get like the majority votes from the community. So that's how the governance board is elected.
Yeah. Nothing to add. So this is oh well. Go ahead. Go ahead, Terry.
I hope that I hope that answers your question, Terry.
Okay, I was on mute. Sorry. Yes, it does. So another question from the audience is, when is the next election coming up?
Yes.
The next election is it next year? Since we're
Next year
adding
for
more
sure.
members.
Don't know when, but
Mhm.
yeah, we'll have to decide, I guess. But the last election was in June, was it? I think.
Yes.
First one, so it will be by June probably. June or
Mm.
September depends on. I mean, for sure not in July, August, because that would be that would be a problem. But yeah, June or September probably around that dates, those dates.
Okay.
And there will
F-
be two more candidates elected, by the way. So we'll become five.
okay.
And then there are elections every year. But then the term, duration for being a member of the governance board is, I think it was 2 years. So we are elected for 2 years. So then we'll have to face elections ourselves in 2 years. We'll have to either renew or say goodbye, but in 2 years. Um, so this is just to avoid having like a complete and entirely new governance board every year, or every 2 years. So this way, there's always someone in the governance board, at least 2 or 3 people, that will know how things work and can hand over the stuff to the new ones, for a year or more, actually, or 2 years. Yeah.
Okay. So I know from the panel discussion you guys had, I know that the governance board is like a volunteering part of being part of the community, and some people would like to know, what are the perks of being just on the seat of the governance board?
Unlimited holidays. This was just a joke. Uh, um, is there any perk to it?
Yeah, I'm thinking like, what
I
are
don't
the
think so.
pecs? I mean, the pecs is contributing to the larger direction of where the community is going. Honestly, it's work. Maybe for me, maybe Fran, you should tell people what are the pecs.
I mean, yeah. Thing is that, yeah, what Tuli said, like contributing in a, let's say, so you get to contribute in a really meaningful way, like to the whole initiative, right? Like if you are a TSC member, you probably contribute to one, two, three repos, whatever repos you contribute to, right? But as part of the governance board, you get to contribute to the whole initiative. So, yeah, some people might see it as power, but the reality, and something I want to reinforce, is that we don't have that power. The TSC has that power. We can make proposals, but the TSC has to approve, right? So the approval power comes from the TSC, not from the governance board. That's why I was making the joke, like, I don't know if there's any perks, because we only work, but we don't get anything in exchange, right? But that's not true. So another one that we should highlight probably is that we are in the spotlight for the good and for the bad. Um, so it's always good if you are negotiating a higher salary, a new position, finding a job or something. It's always good for you to say, I am a member of the governance board of AsyncAPI, right? A Linux Foundation project. That is really cool in your resume, right? Um, so this might be a perk that you are something that, like some side effect of being a member of the governance board, right? Um, that said, I don't think it's worth the effort. Like, if you do it for that perk, it's too much effort for such a perk. I mean, I bet there are ways to get more money or get a promotion that are way easier than involving in the getting involved in the governance board, right? So yeah. this is just like a side effect thing that I acknowledge that it comes with the title.
Okay, that is nice. I see no other questions from the chat. Tuli, do you have any other thing to add to this?
Oh yes. The goals are out. The pull requests for the goals are out. So as you were listening, that it's not only the responsibility of the governance board, but it's for everybody. It's for everybody. So please make sure. Maybe I should drop a link right here. Then you can share it on Restream. So please review, come review, share your feedback, what you think we should focus on next year. If there's something that is not clear, drop a comment. And yeah, that'll be all from me. I don't know, Fran.
Nothing else to add, really. Like just reinforce what we said in the panel. Please, Joy, like don't see us as like a close group of people that don't want to interact with others, with the other people. Not like that. Instead, it's like no, like um, we are part of AsyncAPI. We've been part of AsyncAPI for a long time, so we're just like everyone else. Just please interact with us, drop us a message, send us a meme, whatever, whatever joke, share whatever joke you heard the weekend, whatever. We're just regular, normal people. We like jokes as well. As an example, I do actually. I don't know others.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to this panel discussion. And we'll head over to for a break right now and prepare for the next talk. See you all there.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, folks, it feels so good to be back to host the next session. This particular session and speaker is somewhat really interesting to me. I mean, I find this particular session interesting. So, up next, we have a fascinating session that explores how financial institutions are tackling the growing challenge of AI data governance in event-driven systems. Our next speaker will present a unified AI data governance framework built for async API related infrastructures, showing how it delivers real-time compliance, model monitoring, and data lineage across complex streaming pipelines. Uh, so before I bring up the next speaker, I would like to highlight that though a reward deployment at a Tier 1 multinational bank, this approach cut AI model deployment time by 30%. Yeah, 30%, and boosted regulatory audit readiness by 40%, aligning GDPR and EU AI Act. So if you are really as exciting as I am about this particular talk, I believe you should get ready to learn how to build AI systems that are agile, compliant, and streaming first. So before we play the next recording, before we play the next speaker's talk, I would love to bring the speaker upstage to get a quick introduction about the speaker. So talking about the new speaker, we have Ashish. Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I thought I was the only one looking really nice today, but I take that back. You look really nice. How you doing, Ashish?
I'm pretty good. Thank you so much for providing this platform, and I'm really excited, to talk about the AI and how it is playing a crucial role in the banking industry. Just a quick introduction of myself. I'm Ashish Tipolia, and I work as a managing director of a data architecture here in US with one of the large community bank. And I have a total of 19 plus years of experience around the data and data technology, and now in AI. So my day-to-day work is, delivering these products, and I take a keen interest in, sharing my knowledge in these forums. So I'm all excited and looking forward to it.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks for the quick introduction, Ashish. I do have a lot of questions concerning this talk because trust me, I was really waiting for this talk, and that is why I decided to, host this session. But before I start asking any question, we should get started on your talk because that would be really selfish of me not to, play your talk first before asking my question. So, folks, I hope you find this next talk really exciting. Thank you, Ashish, and then we'll see you after the talk.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. I am Ashish Tipolia, Managing Director of Data Architecture at a US-based bank. And today we will explore how AI and data governance intersect in the context of event-driven banking. Quickly looking at the agenda, so we will go over the introduction and objective, understand the event-driven banking, AI in event-driven banking, opportunities and risk data governance framework, aligning governance with the event-driven architecture, best practices case studies, some challenges, trends, and conclusion. Quickly talking about the introduction, so artificial intelligence and event-driven architecture are revolutionizing the banking industries. These technologies enable banks to respond to real-time events such as transaction, customer interactions, and regulatory changes with agility and precision. However, the integration of AI into banking operations introduces significant challenges, particularly around the data governance, ensuring ethical secure, and compliant use of the data is the paramount here. Data governance framework provides the necessary structure to manage the data quality, privacy, and compliance, which are critical for successful deployment of any AI solution. The presentation explores the intersection of AI, data governance, and AI driven banking, highlighting the key concept, best practices, some real world examples to guide financial institute in their digital transformation journey. Uh, quickly understand let's understand the event driven banking. So event driven banking refers to systems that respond to real time event, such as customer transaction, account changes, or regulatory updates. These architectures enable banks to be more responsive, scalable, and flexible. Key components include event producer, router, and consumers that work asynchronously to process the data. Benefits include enhanced customer experience through personalized service, improved operational efficiency via automation, and better compliance through traceable event logs. Event driven systems are particularly well suited for integrating AI, as they provide the real time data streams necessary for intelligence decision making. This diagram shows that in an event driven architecture, when a user places an order, each service, the service could be placing an order, some payment transaction, storing or the transactions in the inventory, and then generating an email. They all communicate asynchronously through events. For example, a customer process a payment which has been successfully completed, then event triggers that enabling loose coupling real time responsiveness. So AI in banking, and let's look at some opportunities and risk. So AI in general offers transformative opportunities in banking, including personalized customer experience, fraud detection, process automation, and enhanced decision making. For example, AI can analyze customer data to tailor the financial products, automate document verification, and provide 24/7 support through the chatbots that we all experience on the day-to-day basis. However, these benefits comes with risk such as data privacy concerns, algorithm biasness, lack of transparency, and regulatory compliance challenges. Bank must address these risks through robust governance framework to ensure ethical and secure AI development. The balance between innovation and responsibility is crucial for sustainable AI integration in the financial service. Let's look at the data governance framework and how they are tightly coupled with the event-driven banking and how they can help addressing some of the risks and challenges that we discussed in the previous segment. So data governance is essential for the ethical and effective use of AI in the banking. It ensures data quality, integration, security, which are functional for the reliable AI model. The governance framework help banks comply with the regulations such as GDPR or CCPA, mitigate risk of biased and inaccurate data, and maintain customer trust. As AI system become more complex, traditional governance model must evolve to address new vulnerabilities. A strong governance strategy includes clear policies, defined roles, and continuous monitoring to support scalable and responsible AI development. A quick glimpse of the data governance or cybersecurity AI framework. The diagram represents an integrated data governance, cybersecurity, AI governance model. This shows how organizations can manage data, protect asset, and yet ensure responsible AI through four interconnected pillars. Those four interconnected pillars are data privacy, data lifecycle, which is data privacy could also be, detect an event. Data lifecycle is identify that. Transparency is protect, and monitoring is nothing but respond. So talking about the data privacy, which is nothing but safeguarding the sensitive information through private controls and monitoring mechanism. Data lifecycle is managing how data is collected, stored, and used, and retired, ensuring the accuracy and traceability. Transparency is nothing but protection of data, which is basically nothing but visibility into AI systems and decision making to build trust and accountability. Then biased monitoring, which is continuously detecting and mitigating biasness in AI model for ethical outcomes. At the center lies the data quality support, which is supported by leadership, strategy, risk management, and technology, emphasizing a unified governance model that integrates data, cybersecurity, and AI ethics for secure and responsible digital transformation. Quickly talking about the aligning governance with the event-driven architecture now. So this is one reference architecture, and if you look at this architecture, this event-driven architecture or EDA is a model or an architectural paradigm for software that supports the production, detection, consumption of, and reaction to the event or a significant system state change. This structure consists of event creator, event consumer. Then creators are the ones who basically produces the event and have knowledge about what event occurred. On the other hand, consumers are the ones who become affected by event, um, which have occurred, right? And they are also involved in processing the events. This diagram illustrates how event-driven architecture works in a microservice ecosystem. Events generated by one service are sent to an event queue, which basically passes them through an event mediator through an event channel to multiple event consumer. Each consumer independently reacts to the event in real time, which basically enabling the loose coupling, scalability, and asynchronous communication across the microservice architecture that broad understanding that we developed in the previous segment. Now, quickly talking about the event-driven architecture and the governance. So integrated AI into event-driven banking architecture requires requires an approach to data governance. So real-time data flows must be governed to ensure accuracy, privacy, compliance. Event-driven workflows can automate governance tasks such as an audit trail and alert, enhancing operation efficiency. Scalability, if we talk about that, is a key advantage that allows governance framework to adopt to high volume dynamic data environment. Also, successful integration involves designing clear boundaries between event producer and consumer, leveraging patterns like event sourcing and CQRS, and ensuring that governance policies and embedded into the architecture from the outside. quickly talking about some of the best practices and some case studies. So the diagram highlights 7 best practices for effective AI governance, ensuring ethical, secure, and accountable AI adoption across organization. So manage AI model, establishing process for model versioning, validation, and lifecycle management to maintain the reliability. Data governance and security, enforce strong data quality, privacy, and compliance controls throughout the AI pipeline. Algorithmic bias mitigation. So continuously detect and reduce bias to ensure fairness and equality in AI outcome. Implement framework, build a structured governance framework, defined role, which is responsible and ethically standard. Explainability and transparency, make AI decision uh, interoperable and auditable to foster trust among users and regulators. Comes next is engage stakeholders. So involve cross-functional teams, business, legal, risk, and IT in AI governance discussion. Continuous monitoring is another and the last very important player, which regularly monitor AI model post deployment for drifts, performance, and any ethical compliances. Together, these practices create a comprehensive AI governance ecosystem that promotes responsible innovation while safeguarding the data, ethics, and accountability. Let's look at some of the case studies in AI data governance. So, several banks have successfully implemented AI data governance framework. For instance, Bank of America's visual assistance Erica uses customer data to provide personalized financial recommendation while adhering to strict privacy controls. A global financial institute developed a centralized AI inventory platform to manage model metadata, ensuring transparency and compliance. Another retail bank leveraged the Luminova AI platform for generative AI governance enablement, enabling proactive risk assessment, then automated documentation and continuous monitoring. These case studies demonstrate the best practices. Demonstrate the practical benefits of the robust governance in enhancing AI capability while mitigating the risk. Let's look at some of the challenges, trend, and jumping on to the conclusion. Despite the progress in AI data governance, banks face ongoing challenges. Managing fragmented data across legacy and modern system remains a significant hurdle. Scaling governance framework to accommodate increasing AI adoption requires continuous innovation. Adopting to new regulations and ethical standards is essential to maintain compliance and public trust. Future trends includes leveraging AI for proactive governance, such as automated compliance checks and real-time risk assessment. As the regulatory landscape evolve, bank must remain agile and forward-thinking to harness the full potential of AI while safeguarding the data integrity and ethical standards. Quickly jumping on to the conclusion, AI and event-driven banking offers immense potential for innovation and efficiency. However, these benefits can only be realized through robust data governance. So, event-driven banking, AI, and governance, these three pillars are very important for a successful event driven product deployment, which is harnessing the power of AI, which eventually also ensures ethical, secure, and compliant use of data. Bank must balance technology advancement with responsibility. The continuously evolving their governance strategies to address emerging risk and regulations. By adopting best practices and learning from the real world example, financial institute can lead the way the responsible AI integration, fostering trust and delivering the value to customers and stakeholders. With that, I'll stop my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, what an amazing session we just had. So I'm trying to bring up the speaker back, but I don't think Ashish is currently here with us. Um, okay, maybe Ashish is currently having some network issues. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I do have a lot of questions for Ashish, but we cannot wait for Ashish because we are really running out of time. So if you have any question for Ashish concerning his talk um, about building AI data governance with AsyncAPI, please let me know, or please leave the question on YouTube or on LinkedIn or from on whatever platform you're watching. We will make sure we get this question across to Ashish. So while we get ready for the next talk, which is building a sustainable open source project by our own very Oluwabamike. We're going to go on a quick short break before the next session. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We still have more amazing sessions to come. So if you're currently watching this, feel free to share with your friends, repost it on LinkedIn or your social media, and then we'll get started. So let's go on a quick short break before the next session.
We are back from another good break. I hope you grabbed your coffee, your tea, your drink, depending on where you are. And yes, we are preparing for our next session by Oluwabamikemi Kayode. She'll be speaking about building a sustainable open source project, marketing by design, not by accident. Where she'll be exploring how intentional marketing can help open source projects and contributors alike as well. And yes, I'm looking forward to this session as well. And with that being said, let's head over and listen what she has to say.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to AsyncAPI Conference, the online version 2025. And thank you so much for joining me in my talk today. My name is Oluwabamikemi Kayode, and it's such a great honor to be here with all of you and to be speaking on this topic that I am recently passionate about. So, I don't know if we have anybody in the audience that is currently building or contributing to any open source projects, majorly building, or in future you want to build an open source project. So yes, this is definitely the right place for you. A little bit about me before I continue. Okay. I'm going to be talking about building a sustainable open source project, marketing by design, not by accident. Oh, smokes. And tech events, talk. Welcome once again. I'm going to be speaking on a topic I am recently passionate about. I had a talk about it last year here, and I want to share another version of it this year at the AsyncAPI Online Conference. And so thank you for having me. But before we get into the topic, a quick intro of me. I am currently volunteering as the community leader at AsyncAPI. Currently the community manager at USPO now under the DSWB project. I'm passionate about empowering young people, so you catch me mentoring people, especially women in tech, in Web3, and in DeFi. I am also, if I'm not organizing communities or, managing any, I speak, I organize, I host events, tech events, such as API Conference Lagos, Oscar Fest, the Fest Lagos, and many other events, so to say. Yeah, I've been saying this a lot, but I've picked it up again. I recently repaired my sewing machine and I've picked up sewing my clothes myself again. Because until like last year, I have not been doing that. So it's a new hobby I want to pick up again, making my clothes myself. All right. Yes, I'm an aspiring travel influencer. I don't know how many places I've traveled to in my entire life, but I think it's a good thing. Maybe, just maybe, I'll just try it out. And something that is not here, I love Korea. I love Korea. I love Korea culture, and I love the movie a lot. So I'm not a K-pop star, but we'll see. Anyways, let's get to the business of why we are here. Once again, welcome and thank you for joining me. And today I'm going to be speaking about building a sustainable open source project, marketing by design or by accident. I mean, I spoke about something related to that last year, and today I'm just going to be, laying a foundation, more or less, something like this should be like a groundwork and it should not be like an halfway thought. So, again, welcome. And let's get right into it. I want to do this as fast as I can, so it would not take much of our time. Okay, so yeah, majorly, if you have been contributing to open source, you're managing open source community, you want to build your own open source projects in the nearest future. I don't mind getting some hands in the comment section. If you plan to build an open source community in the nearest or closest future, or farthest future, as the case may be, or you're currently in a community where you are trying to help build this community, it is important for us to take into consideration this challenge that we face. So many open source projects fade away, not because the code is bad. I mean, we have fantastic code base. We have fantastic engineer developers that are working on this project. So they do not fade away because of that. They fade away because there is lack of visibility and engagement. And one thing I see, and I see very often, is that sustainability is more than commits. Like is like a fact. Is a fact. Sustainability is more than how many commits you get, how many PRs have been submitted, or how many PRs have been merged, right? It goes way beyond that. It comes with community and how the community is perceived outside. So we'll say that this project failed because nobody knew they existed, or because the community around them weren't engaged. They're not as engaged enough to keep the project alive. So sustainability in open source isn't just about writing code, isn't just about PRs, isn't just about commits. It's also by making sure that people know the code exists, understand its value, and feel welcome to contribute. Healthy community. So moving on. I use this boss factor, which is also like a part of the challenge. And I took that from Lucas because I remember when I was joining AsyncAPI, he'll keep talking about the boss factor, the boss factor. And it so makes sense because one of the most overlooked risks in sustaining open source projects is the boss factor. Essentially, how many people need to disappear before the projects grind to a halt? Like Lucas is leaving, Tuli is leaving, some ambassador is leaving, Ace is leaving, you got a fantastic job. How many people needs to leave a project or a community before that project comes to a halt? So it is important that in our case, this number is, very low, and it's worrying. Because when you think of, okay, how many core contributors do we have? Not just in the code base, but in the sustainability part of things, all the initiatives that we have. How many core contributors do we have? And how are these core contributors bringing other people, beneath them, growing them up from ground up? How many of this do we have? So this is also like a challenge that we need to take note of. while we get into this conversation, is like we are very heavily dependent on one or two key individuals. So you only know one person that does literally almost everything in the community. And then another person just take another aspect of it. We do not have a lot of people that is coming under, right? Like a team. So say we have marketing team in our Async API. If Bami is not available, who else is gonna take the job up? Who else is going to pick it up? Right? We have Fran that's doing that job now. We have Tilly that can also we have Lucas. That is the boss factor. We have a lot of people, and now we don't want to have just these core players. We also want to recruit marketers in the community. We want to recruit people that will work on initiatives like what Ace is working on, the mentorship program, all of the mentorship program, all that will be under him, learning how he's doing it, learning how he communicates with the GSOC team to bringing the mentees on board, how he does the onboarding, all of these things is something we need to have all the people in it that are learning how to do these things for him. Community management. What other aspect we have? Conference recently, Tilly started giving out some roles in conference organization, in online conference organization that you XYZ take up this role and spearhead it, right? But yeah, like I said, apart from this core members doing all these things, we need just the community members to be learning how to get it done. So when these people are not available, we know that we are not stranded. And we are not gonna, in case they got kicked by the boss, God forbid, we are not stranded. So that's the boss factor. And that is a challenge we need to change. We need to change that. So now let's talk about why this thing is dangerous. I'd already talked about it, obviously. If the lead is unavailable, critical update, security patches, what is going to happen to the project, what's going to happen to the initiative, what is going to happen to that team. So again, we need to work out how to get this sorted. Now there is no content strategy, thou shall not pass. This is just like a meme anyways. No content strategy, that shall not pass. Now there is a myth. And the myth is that if you build it, they will come. However, as romantic as it might sound, but in open source, that is really true. Someone mentioned that marketing is how we sell the idea of open source to the world, not the code itself. So people want to get to know what is the idea of open source about, like general open source, before we now start talking about AsyncAPI as a tool, as the studio, as the code generator. What is the open source behind it? Right? You need to sell the idea of open source to the world, not just the code itself. Right? So the reality now is that you could build the most elegant piece, of software in the world, and still might just sit on the code base, might sit on GitHub, quietly sit on GitHub for as long time as possible untouched, because nobody knows about it. I know, I am very certain that at the beginning of this, Lucas and Fran did a whole lot of marketing in putting AsyncAPI out. Otherwise, where would all this funding, these sponsors come from? We won't have, all the sponsors that we have currently. So it is very important to know that when we build that fantastic code and that elegant piece of code or software, and it's not being talked about, it's gonna just be sitting quietly in your GitHub repo. It's good to note that. Now, yeah, I already mentioned that marketing is how you sell the idea of open source to the world, not just the code itself. Chris Barnes said that. Okay, so now let's talk about marketing in open source software. First off, we need to understand that it's not flashy ads. It's not all those flashy ads, and that is what it's not for sure. It's like a strategic communication. It's also showing potential users and contributors why your project exists and the problem it's solved, how they can be part of it, what's it's bridge like between your code and the community. All right, that is what keeps the code alive. That's what keeps the project alive. Marketing in open source projects or in open source software, it is storytelling. Is you telling the story of the people in the community, and that's why community marketing exists, right? Because in open source, you are not selling the project, you are not selling the tool, you are not selling the product. It's not a product, it's not a corporate ad, right? It's more of storytelling, telling the story of the amazing contributors we have in the community. And that is why we introduced the spotlight, which we want to be doing more of that in the coming years, in the coming year, 2026. All right. That's why we introduced the spotlight. So to tell the story of the people inside, that's why there is um the use case, you know, get to know people that are actually using this product and how they are using it. Put the story out. So it's basically storytelling. It's like onboarding as well. How we onboard the people in the to the community, how they get engaged in the community, how they understand the projects, basically how they got their foot on the ground in the community, right? Community engagement, positioning your project for adoption, and majorly, how do we position your project for adoption? It's done through marketing. So this is how marketing in open source is. It's not just doing some fancy ads or spending a lot of money on ads. No. It's more of showcasing the people that is working on this project, right? That is more important in marketing open source projects. Now going to the next line. Yeah, leads everywhere. I just really liked some of these memes. That's so funny. Yeah, there are a lot of contributors. There are whole lot of contributors. But how do you get the contributors that actually matter to your own community? First is by identifying your audience, right? You identify what kind of like developers, designers, non-technical users. Which one do you want? Which one do you want in the community? You're building a community and it's solving like a kind of fintech problem. Maybe, yeah, fintech problem. And it's open source. So how do you what kind of people do you want in this team? You are building a community or a project that's for researchers. Well, obviously you need a lot of researchers in that community, right? So you need to identify your audience and then know that, are you speaking to developers? Are you speaking to designers, non-technical people, non-technical users, technical writers? All of these people are welcome in open source. Marketers, content creators, community managers, a whole lot of them. Number two is you define your value proposition, like why should anyone care about your project? What is your project solving? What is the good of your project to the society? So you want to have that in mind as well. The next one is select channels, right? Where do you want to reach them? Is it on GitHub? Is it on Twitter? Is it on LinkedIn? Is it on DevTools? Is it on Blue Sky? Anywhere at all. Is it on Mastodon? Anywhere you feel like you want to reach these people, you select your channel and focus there. Right? Build a brand voice. Build a consistent brand voice. Be recognized and be trustworthy. And speaking on this, I kind of love the way Maya designed the whole new did the whole new design for the AsyncAPI marketing team. I'm openly saying thank you, because it kind of make us have a unified way of putting our design, putting our brand out there. I mean, there was a time I mistakenly, because I am not a designer, and she had to call it out, which is interesting because yes, we don't want to put out something that is not uh, uh good for the community, right? That is not good for the brand, because we want to maintain a consistent type of brand voice. So it is amazing to see that the work on this portfolio, or like a whole brand kit, just to have a uniformed brand voice out there. So have a uniform, build a brand voice is very, very important. The next is create contribution funnel. Make it easy for people to go from curiosity to contribution. If they enter your community today, will people find it easy, or they will spend months trying to figure out what the project is about? Let's not forget that open source is open to everybody, both expert and non-expert. And one way or another, people want to contribute to the project. So will they find it very easy to find their foot on how to contribute, or they will take years, months, or weeks to figure it out? So we need to create a funnel, a contribution funnel, from onboarding to the type of projects that's available on GitHub, to how to contribute to all of these projects, either as a technical writer, as a developer, engineer, content creator, marketer, any way or form they can contribute to the projects. And the next one is measure goals. I know open source is very open. Everybody is contributing, it's laid back, it's not your daily job, right? You are just contributing to the ecosystem. But as some of the core members in the community, it's important that we measure the growth. We measure, okay, so what is working, what is not working. You track growth, you track engagement, you track contributors' health. And Linux makes it easier, right? Because there's this platform that you can get some of this information from, how your contributors are contributing to the project, how many contributors you have, and how they are actually submitting those PRs, how they are contributing. So it's good. So you want to measure your growth. You want to know how the project is actually doing. So those are the major 6 frameworks for marketing, marketing by design. You want to put all these things together while you are building your project. So practical tactics are number one. Here is how to play out. Everything will play out in a practical level. One is write why this project exists. You know, there could be blogs on why the project exists. There could be have contributor, onboarding guide that feel like a welcome mat, not a maze, not something that would take people like millions of years to get to understand. Something that would just be like, oh, dust your feet and you're inside. Something like that. So you can have like host small community talk calls. We have that in AsyncAPI. Even if there are only 3 people that show up at first, or the second time, or the third time, even if 5 people show up. And what is actually interesting about all these calls is they are recorded. So you can always go back and watch them. But they are community calls, right? So host these small community calls are small or large. Then share user story on social media, celebrate every small win, which is something we are trying to keep up through our community spotlights, and also sharing our success story, the success story of our community members on socials. So these aren't like a big budget move. They are consistent, they are human-centered actions. So we are focusing on the human more than the projects, because all the tools, because the people that are going to work on that tools are the humans. So next slide, branding and identity. Consistent visuals and tone. I mentioned that something like what our design lead did in the AsyncAPI community, creating a whole brand kit for marketing, such that our content going out will have a consistent brand view, and people perceiving us from outside will see that these things are consistent. And then yeah, a clear logo, consistent color, a well-structured readme. These things build recognitions and trust. Documentation. Documentation is part of your brand. If it's hard to read, inconsistent, or outdated, that sends a message, and it's definitely not a good one. So you want to also make sure that the docs are up to date, they are very consistent, and they are simplified. So build trust and recognition. And when you do this, you have a consistent visuals and tone, and your docs are also like well in place, they're up to date, they're simplified. You build that trust and recognition. Otherwise, it sends message that it's not a very good one. Okay, so next one is contributor marketing. Make contribution easy and welcoming. So one of the most powerful form of marketing is making contributors feel valued. Recognize them publicly, send them thank you notes, highlight their work in newsletter or tweets or any social media posts. We do this at AsyncAPI. Yeah, we do that at AsyncAPI, where we recognize our contributors. I mean, I'm sure that Lucas still took some goodies to the mentees and mentors during the Indian conference, which is how we also like celebrate and celebrate our contributors. So it's a flow. It's like a very easy way of type of marketing is by making your contributors feel like valued. Their work is valued, is appreciated. What they are doing, we recognize it and we love them for it. There are badges. We have Olympian badges that we give to the contributors, the mentors, the mentees, to our sponsors as well. So this is like a very easy way to also market your community or your projects without even doing too much. You know, people contribute where they feel like their work matters. So we recognize the contributors publicly and also show the impact of the work. Quickly, next is metrics that matters. Now, when you want to measure all these things, right? If you can measure it, you can prove it. So track your active contributors, how quickly issues get responses, engagement in discussions, and contribution frequency. Don't obsess over vanity metrics like, like stars, like how many stars we have. I mean, that is also very important. That's the way of contributing to open source. I will always say that if you don't have think of any way you want to contribute to open source, go and start that project. But we don't want to put all the focus on that. We want to, they're nice. But yeah, the people working, like, the people working behind the scene, the active contributors, track them. How quickly do these issues get resolved? How quickly do you get responses to your PRs or your issues, right? Engagement in discussion, how are people interacting, how are people engaging? Contribution frequency. How often do these people come and, contribute? So active contributors, engagement levels, contribution frequency, issue response time. Those are metrics that matters that you want to track in your community while doing community marketing. Next, the benefit to the ecosystem. Now, when we want to talk about benefit to the ecosystem, we are talking about long-term visibility. When the projects market themselves intentionally, all these things just happen, including the long-term visibility. You have visibility for a very long time. Everybody, when they think of API, when people say API community, you start hearing AsyncAPI, Open API, and all of our sister community, right? But it's good that this thing comes to mind. It comes to mind and they know that, oh, this community exists. That's long-term visibility because of how much we have put ourselves out there, how many conferences we have attended. When you hear API Days conferences happening, the next thing you go and check is if AsyncAPI conference is going to be there, right? So it's how we have put ourselves out. So long-term visibility, everybody knows. The next one is more diverse contribution. You attract more diverse people. When these projects market themselves, you just have diverse people. You don't have just like a kind of niche. You have markets. That's why I can say, oh, I want to stay and contribute to AsyncAPI as a marketing lead because I still want to be doing community marketing in open source. So you have diverse contributors. You have people that just want to do content, people that just want to do community engagement, right? So diverse contributors, I mean. The next one is they gain recognition both locally and globally. Obviously, open source is open. Globally, it's a global platform. So the global recognition is there. And then we start having some local recognition because people in Nigeria now know, oh, there is AsyncAPI. And, oh, they want to contribute to AsyncAPI. Especially after the events we had. So this thing just gives like recognition home and abroad. so to say. And yeah, the next one is we have uh oh, sorry. So we have uh funding readiness. No, they become more attractive to funders, to sponsors. They hear the story, they're interested. Even if they're not interested, it's easier to poach at that point because the story is already out there. So when projects market themselves intentionally, funding readiness happens. And so this is how we build not just a strong project, but a strong open source ecosystem. So before I go, I think I have taken a whole lot of time. Key takeaways: great code needs great communication. Marketing is sustainability, no vanity. So add marketing. Uh, design your growth. Don't leave it to luck. All right, those are my takeaway. And with all that, I'll leave you to this. The code might be open, but the door to your project has to be to you. And marketing is the way to keep it open. Yeah, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So the code is open source, obviously, but we need the community to be open as well. The door to the project will be open as well, because this will, in summary, bring diverse of people to your project. And it's not just only going to be about the people, it's going to be about how this project is now impacting folks globally. So we need to put all of this in mind when we are building the project, the open source project. Sustaining open source projects is always by design. You design everything that you want to do. I know we do a lot of spontaneous stuff in open source. Like some things just happen naturally, but there are some things we need to design and not just leave them to chance. So don't leave it to luck. Design your own growth. And marketing is sustainability. It's not vanity. So if you can get invest in marketing, get marketing team, poach for marketing contributors. We have tons of contributors, right? That some tons of people that want to contribute to open source. They're just marketers. They don't know how to. It's open source. So why not? So poach them. And great communications needs great codes needs great communication. So you communicate properly. There might be misunderstanding. A whole lot of misunderstanding might happen. But the good part of it is that there will always be like a communication to address that. And uh and voila, you have a sustainable open source project. So I don't know if there is any question. Yeah. Oh, I have another slide. I didn't even realize that. So sustainability in open source isn't just about keeping the code alive. It's about keeping the people behind it thriving. Yeah, this is also very important. Is the people behind the open source project that keeps the code alive. So yes, yeah, I would say happy to take your question. Well, I am very sure that I will not be physically around at the event, at the conference. So if there is any other question, you can just send them my way on Slack. I am Bami on Slack, on AsyncAPI Slack, because after you listen to this talk or the entire conference, I'm expecting you to join the AsyncAPI community. So you can find me and answer any question. And if you are a marketer or you do anything marketing related, and you are looking for an open source project to contribute to, join AsyncAPI community and ask me any question. I'm looking forward to building an amazing and thriving community with you all. With the support of the existing and the core contributors that we have in the community. Let's work magic out. So I can't wait to see you all. Like as I mentioned, if you're listening to this and you're wondering how you can contribute to open source as a marketer, please enter my DM. Talk to me. I'm ready to answer any of your questions. So until we meet next time, thank you so much for joining this talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye bye.
What an amazing talk. And we got to learn what it takes to actually do marketing in open source, of which is something that most open source projects tend to like. Thank you so much, Bami, for this amazing session and very informative. I know Bami won't be joining us live today, but if you have any questions, please feel free to drop what you have on the events channel. And whenever she's back, she will respond to each and every one of the questions that you might have. And with that being said, we'll be heading on to another break, but you must tune in because we have another session from one of our contributors from GSOC. We'll be speaking about from contributor to maintainer, my GSOC journey with the Async API generator. I'm sure everybody will be excited to actually hear from his perspective, like from if you have had and been with us throughout the day, you understand what is mentioned about maintainership. So we'll get to really hear from one case study that we have. That is our next session coming up. So yeah, catch me at 3 p.m. UTC. Is it 3 p.m. or is my time? But anyways, catch you in a 10 to 15 minutes time. And yeah, enjoy the conference.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you all are enjoying the session so far. For the next session, we have Adi with us, who will be walking us through his Google Summer of Codes journey with Async API Generator. And as we've been all talking about uh, the importance of maintainership in open source projects, he has walked that path and he will be taking us through his journey from being a contributor to maintainer. Hi, Adi.
Hi, Kajal.
Would you like to give your introduction?
I'm Adi Bogal. I am currently a fourth year student from IIIT Pune, India, and I have been contributing to Generator since March of this year, and then I got selected for GSOC, and now I'm a maintainer in AsyncAPI. So, yeah,
And that's incredible. Would we'd start with your talk and then we'll have some questions for you.
yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Adi Bogawala. I'm currently in my final year of college. This year, I was selected as GSOC mentee with Async API, where I worked with my amazing mentor Lucas in Async API Generator repository. I actually started contributing to Async API Generator back in March 2025. And even before my GSOC project was officially ended, I was honored to become one of the maintainers. So today, I will be sharing how I went from being an average contributor to becoming a maintainer. So let's see how it all began. Like a lot of people, my first step was Hacktoberfest. I started with some really simple projects just to get feel of what open source was all about. It was a great experience and it made me realize I could seriously grow my technical skills by contributing to these widely used projects. That's when I discovered Google Summer of Code. The idea of working on a major project for a whole summer with a mentor who can guide you was amazing. So I started to search for organization, contributing to different projects. At first, it was hard to create some meaningful pull requests, but then came the Async API CLI project, where I got my first pull request merged in Async API, and that gave me massive confidence boost. While exploring more projects in Async API, I landed on Generator. I started with small documentation fixes, adding test cases, and attending weekly Generator meetings, which were the main reason for my amazing progress. I submitted a proposal for a Generator maintainership project and was lucky enough to get selected. So this is of course a really quick version of Journey, which was filled with a lot of learnings. So if you are interested, you can check out my blog on Medium, where I have documented my complete journey about how I got selected. So after all of that efforts, I was selected as a GSOC mentee with Async API. Now my project was little different from typical feature drilling. It was called maintainership. So what exactly does that mean? For me, it was basically mentorship in becoming a project maintainer. It wasn't just about my own code. It was more about learning how to manage the whole project. So what does maintainers actually do and what did I spend my summer on? Well, a bit of everything. My days were spent on reviewing pull requests from other contributors, helping new people get started, improving documentation, and of course, still writing plenty of code. I like to call it a complete hands-on open source experience. You are not just contributing, you are actually shaping the direction of the project. This whole idea of maintainership as a GSOC project is something my mentor is really passionate about. He wrote this fantastic blog post explaining the concept. If you want to know more about maintainership, I would definitely recommend you to read his blog. You can find this on brainfart.dev/blog/maintainership. So, a big part of my summer was reviewing pull requests, and I want to talk more about that because it's where I learned so much. Our process was simple. I would take the lead on the first review for the new pull request created by contributor, and then once I approve the PR, my mentor would step in for the final approval. This system was perfect for learning because in the beginning I would sometimes miss potential improvements and my mentor would catch them, which helped me to get better with every single review. This gave me ton of hands-on experience with GitHub's review tool and art of making good feedback. And honestly, reviewing someone else's code can be tricky. You are trying to understand their thought process. I learned that the key isn't just to point out things, but to ask right questions to understand their intent. And you can actually see the result of this work right here in my activity graph. Before GSOC, my activity was majority commits, just writing my own code. But now you can see it's more balanced. My biggest learning throughout the reviewing different pull requests was what seems obvious to you might be completely new for someone else. So it's always important to explain every small detail and patiently guide new contributors. This experience is super valuable in the software industry because code reviews are a big part of team. They help to maintain good code quality and build stronger teams. I realize good review skills are just important as writing code. Documentation. I honestly believe that detail generated docs are the main reason I was selected for GSOC this year. When I was first starting out, I read the generator docs multiple times. That's how I truly understood the project and made some meaningful contributions. That experience showed me how critical good documentation is for bringing new people into the project. That's why I focused on improving key documentation of a project like contributing.md file. So what's special about generator docs? Let's see the contributing.md file of generator project. So during GSOC, I continuously added new points in this two section. First one is guidelines for new contributors, and second is few tips for effective contributions. So the main purpose of adding this two new section inside contributing.md file of generator was to make it as easy as possible for new contributors to get involved inside the project. So if you are interested in contributing to generator, I would highly recommend to first read this contributing.md file and then start contributions. So now let's take a look at best part of my project, which is guiding new contributors inside GitHub issues and pull requests to make sure they follow rules and develop a deep understanding about the project. Some might call it the boring work because it is not as exciting as writing new feature inside the code base, but it is most important part of keeping the project healthy and growing. So let me walk you through a few situations I encountered with GSOC. So in this first situation, I had to close the PR because the contributor didn't make the required changes for a long time and it was blocking other contributions. In this particular situation, I had to close the PR that was open without even validating the issue first. And there were many other situations like this. One of the important thing I realized that in real world job also, you don't always write code. A bigger part of that role is to improve teams' workflow, communicating and collaborating across teams effectively, and helping others to write better code. So these are the different areas I got to work on, and I hope that it gives you a sense of what makes this project unique compared to other GSOC projects. After hearing about reviewing pull requests and project management, you might be wondering, did I actually write any code? Of course I did. And to give you an idea of what kind of coding I did, I am going to walk you through few of my major PRs from this summer. The first one I want to talk about is unified integration test for WebSocket clients. We had three clients, Dart, Python, and JavaScript WebSocket with integration test file, and over 80% of integration test code was exactly same for all of them. Maintaining separate test files led to code duplication and poor scalability. So I created this unified integration testing setup that holds all the shared logic. Now we can write test and have it run against all the clients while still allowing language specific tests when needed. To give you a better idea of how it all works, let's take a quick look at README file where I have documented how easy it is to add new clients. As you can see, it's really just few steps. First, you just need to add new configuration object for your language. For example, Golang. You have to just mention client file name, test result path, and the template path. And then you can just add a new describe log inside WebSocket client integration test with your new language client, and then run all the common tests. And even you can run the template specific test. And then you just have to run npm run test to generate all the clients on the desired output path. This contribution during summer is one of the most technically difficult tasks I did. So let's see what actually happened. So um, we were developing WebSocket clients inside Generator, and we realized that it would be really nice if we can validate the messages which are coming from WebSocket connection against the JSON schema. So we tried to use the existing libraries, but it was a bit difficult for us to use the existing libraries efficiently in the existing code base. So we decided to develop AsyncAPI Keeper, a new message validation library, which was built on top of Hyperjump JSON schema, which is main part used inside our library to validate message, and async API parser as well, so that we can abstract the complexity of extracting information from async API document from users and make validation really easy for users. So now let's see the README file to get to know more about how async API keeper works. So as you can see in this code snippet, we can import compile schema by operation ID, validate message, remove schema from the new package async API keeper. Now you can compile this schemas by operation ID, and it will return an array of validator schema functions. And then you can just validate message by passing this array of validator schema functions with the message which you want to validate against. The main advantage of the system is you have to compile schema only once, and then you can do runtime validation pretty fast. And this is one of the most interesting problem I was working during this summer. So in Async API Generator, we are currently experimenting with the new modern approach to template development using component-based models with React Render Engine. While developing different templates, we noticed that all the templates have different components, and those components were performing same task, but they were actually implemented across different language. So we decided to migrate these common components into new centralized package called Async API Generator Components. The whole idea is to standardize template development by creating set of reusable components for everyone. Let me explain you with an analogy. So if you guys have used Satrian, which provides UI building blocks, which are extremely reusable and customizable. Similarly, Async API Generator component aim to be flexible shared library for template development across different languages and frameworks, so that template development is much more faster and cleaner. So let's take a look at an example to get more idea. So here you can see that there is this one component called register message handler, which was initially a custom component inside the Python WebSocket client template only. But then we realized that actually in JS and Dart also we had this similar register message handler component. So we decided to migrate this component to Async API Generator components packages. And now you can see that whenever you are using this component from this particular package, you have to mention the language you want to use and many more customizable params you can pass so that it's flexible enough for you to add that particular component inside your existing template. All right, so for final coding example, let's talk about something which is helpful for every individual who contributes to Async API Generator. So code reviews can get inconsistent sometimes because different reviewers focus on different things and contributors aren't always clear on what to expect. This can lead to slower approvals and more back and forth. So to streamline the PR review process, me and my mentor created a PR review checklist. So every time you create a new pull request in Async API Generator, the Async API bot will automatically post a checklist comment. So let's take a look at this example to get more idea about what it is. So yeah, as you can see that this async API bot will post this detailed comment where we have mentioned few points that maintainers are looking at during the PR review. So what are advantages of this small automation? First is contributors beforehand know what reviewers are looking at, so they can improve their PR accordingly. And secondly, the onboarding time for new maintainer has dropped significantly because now we can provide them this checklist and they already know what they should be looking at during a PR review. So I still remember on 26th August 2025, I received this invitation from my mentor Lucas to become the maintainer of Async API Generator. With this, I became the first official template champion maintainer. This transition from contributor to maintainer has brought a major shift in my mindset. As a contributor, I used to focus on fixing issues, adding more test cases, fixing docs, and delivering new features. But as a maintainer, you begin to think about long-term health of the project and not just solving the immediate problem, but also considering how today's decision will shape the project future. You become a part of decision-making process that defines the tool's future. And additionally, now I can focus more on solving some really complex architectural issues that have lasting impact. Looking back on my GSOC experience, my biggest takeaway isn't a technical skill or feature or PR reviews or even guiding new contributors. I think so. My biggest takeaway would be definitely getting a chance to work with amazing people, especially my mentor Lucas. And one last thing for those who might be planning to apply for GSOC next year or are just looking to get deeply involved in the concept of maintainership, I want to share a few hacks that I learned along my journey. First, contribute consistently. It doesn't always have to be massive features. Even small documentation fixes shows that you are paying attention. Second, communicate openly. Don't afraid to ask questions in public channels. And if you have an idea, propose it. It shows that you are thinking about the project. Third, follow the rules and be patient. Every project has a process, and following it makes life easier for everyone. And the last one is a bit specific to maintainership concept, which is start helping with PR reviews. But you have to make sure that you understand project very well to guide others to help their PR. This kind of proactive help is what really makes you stand out from other contributors. That was my complete journey, and it's been an incredible experience. I have seen exponential growth not only in my technical skills but also in my soft skills. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great day.
Honestly, Adi, that was an amazing talk. I've taken notes from this talk about how to contribute and the challenges of being a maintainer and how you tackle those challenges. You've covered it all from writing code to reviewing PRs, and it was great talk. Now, can we take some questions? Adi? Uh, you're not audible. People drop in your questions. We'll have a Q&A with Adi who'll be joining us. Hi, Ali.
Hi, Kajal, sir. Am I audible? Just to confirm.
Yeah, you're audible. It was a really insightful talk. So I have a question for you. So there were many projects in GSOC which Async API got, but what interested you to specifically contribute to the maintainership project? Since it was also mentioned that this could be very like challenging, and it could be a boring task as well. So, like, what excited you to become part of this particular project?
Yeah, yeah. So when I was looking back the last year projects from Google Summer of Code, I saw that the general trend was like there are always projects where people code some a particular feature or something like that, but in maintainership you have to do so many tasks simultaneously, so it kind of gives you an experience of what really a software engineer would be doing in industry. So yeah, that's what like really excited me, that it's a unique project and I can make a real impact through this one, and especially in Insight Generator, which is like one of the most used libraries from Async API. So yeah, it was really amazing.
Yeah, it was definitely a very different project, and you pulled it off. Another question would be, is there any advice you would give to mentors or maintainers in the journey we're taking on maintainership?
Uh, yeah, so um, I mean, so do you mean like advice to maintainers regarding maintainership, or
Yeah, any advice you would like to give to mentors or maintainers in the journey if you're taking towards the maintainership program?
yeah, I think so. According to me, like one of the biggest advice I would like to give is that you should always, try to understand the contributor's perspective as well, and try to explain them concepts as well as a maintainer. Because sometimes what happens is that because I know project, then I can explain others as well, that how they can improve that pull request, how they can also join the community and become maintainers. So I would really give one piece of advice, that to all the maintainers out there, that try to understand contributors perspective as well, and help them make really impactful pull request and get them on board as a maintainer as well.
Yeah, that's a great advice and tip for all the mentors and maintainers for maintaining open source, large open source projects. We welcome in to new contributors. Uh, I don't think we have any more questions. Thank you so much, Adi, for taking us through your journey. It was really great listening to your talk and your journey with Asian Games. Yeah,
Yeah, I hope it helps us a lot to become a
yeah,
maintainer.
it was definitely an insightful one. Uh, we'll be having a short break, and an amazing lightning talk is lined up for you all. So join us after a short break. Hi everyone, I hope you all are excited and pumped up for our next talk to the lightning session. We'll have Lemri with us to share about his first open source contribution with Async API. Hi, Lemri.
Yes, yes, it's a pleasure to be here.
Would you like introducing yourself?
Pardon?
Would you like introducing yourself?
Oh, yes, my name is Lemery Gift Festus. I'm an IT student at Bugema University, and I have a lot of passion in open source. I'm an open source contributor in various communities, and Async API is one of them. And I'm really glad to be a member of Async API. Yes, yes,
Yeah, I'm super excited to hear your first contribution talk, and let's
yes.
hear that.
All right. Let me share my screen for my presentation, okay?
Yep. Uh,
My name is Lemery Gift Festus, and I'm a contributor at Async API. Today I'm going to talk about the power of open source and my journey with Async API. First of all, let me introduce what is open source. Open source means a software that whose source code is freely available for use, and you can use the source code, you modify it and distribute it as wanted. Open source is built by communities and not by companies. It's a collection of people that come together to build the source code as it is. Examples of other open source communities, we have Linux, Firefox, Eclipse Foundation, OpenMRS, and many others. Why open source matters? For me, basically, it's because it encourages collaboration and innovation, empowers developers to learn, share, and grow together, and fuels modern technology ecosystems. Basically, for me, when it comes to open source, uh, most of the things I've learned in the technological sector of software development, I've learned it all in open source. I haven't learned much, let me say, from school than I have in open source. Yeah, so basically, open source really matters. And my journey in open source started way back in 2022. Yes, it first started with just curiosity, learning about the real learning and getting into open source started last year in November 2024. So basically, I started by exploring simple open source practices, learning how to contribute to open source communities, learned, and then I started learning through opening pull requests, code reviews, and community discussions and all that. And so yeah, that has helped me develop my open source skills. My contributions to Async API started with contributing to the UI components. If I'm to remember well, the first pull request that got merged in Async API was simply modifying a button, simply modifying the spacing on a button. So, and then I started engaging more in other things like testing and automation of workflows, uh, working on the Async API performance and usability and all that. And some other simple things in open source that I could say I contributed to is the community discussions and opening issues and all that. What I've learned so far from open source is that open source, it opens for you really a lot of opportunities. Uh, it teaches you how to collaborate with other developers on the diverse scale. It really improves the skills that you have. And as for me, I've really improved skills in the front end sector with languages like Java. Uh, I went so much deep into React just because of open source, and yeah, it really creates a lot of opportunities for you. why you should contribute to open source is so that you can really build your skills. Once you start contributing to open source, you realize you'll do less of the tutorials. Without open source, it's like you'll be applying your skills when you get a job. So with open source, it gives you that opportunity to be able to work in real time, in like a real time environment. So yeah, you start building your skills like that. It grows your network, and you can easily get career opportunities from open source. Uh, so yeah, it really helps a lot in giving you how to work with communities, increasing your creativity and collaborations. Basically, that is it from me. Thank you. Have a nice time.
That was really insightful about how open source helps you and how we should start contributing more to open source to enhance our skills. And it was a really nice and great talk. So, yeah, we have some questions for you. So, my first question would be if someone's nervous about making their first pull request to Async API or open source in general, what is that one advice you would give them? Because the contributors who are starting their open source journey are like hesitant to start contributing. So, any advice you would like to give them?
Okay. Well, for somebody who's still nervous about making their first pull request, all I can tell them is that happens. You're just getting started. You're not sure maybe if the code you've written is right, if it's actually what the maintainers want. I know that nervousness is there, but all I can say is you won't get rid of that nervousness until you push that PR, because open source is all about learning. So you have to take the initiative of pushing, and the other contributors are always there to review your code, tell you what to correct and all that. So all I would say is give it a shot, send that pull request and see how far things go. Because I remember for my first pull request, if I'm to remember very well, it was a documentation on a README file. And yes, I was really not so confident about it, but I just had to, because I also had friends who were already into open source, and then they were like, just open that pull request and see. Then if you take that initiative of sending that pull request, trust me, after it gets merged, you're going to get hungry for more. So all I would say is yes, that is the best advice I could give you. Push that pull request and see what other contributors say about it, and that's how you learn continuously like that. So yeah, that would be the advice I would give.
I think that would really help newcomers contributing to open source more. And the feeling of getting the first pull request more is like really
Y-
nice.
yeah, true. It instead even gives you that hunger to want to push more and get more and more merged pull requests. So I think everyone should experience that feeling of getting their first pull request merged. So as far as that is, the best thing you can do is just open that pull request, send that pull request. So yeah. And then the challenge which I faced most technically in my first pull request was like the commands, because I was still learning Git and how Git works, how GitHub works. So that was the main challenge I got. But then, as I said, it's all about learning. You push this time, you make a mistake this time, we learn from our mistakes. So like that, you end up getting the hang of it. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It will really help contributors. And any advice you would like to give at last for uh, contributing to open source?
any advice I would like to give to anyone wanting to contribute to open source?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say I have an advice for that, but I would be willing to send out my invitation. I want everyone in the tech industry to be able to experience the the learning curve you get from open source, the the communities, like the communication, the network you get from open source. Like I personally have met very interesting and very important people through open source. In fact, even in Async API, I've talked to people and I'm like, wow, this is really amazing. So I really want everyone like to at least get to know about open source and be part of open source to be able to get such opportunities from open source. So yeah,
Yeah, I hope that motivates some folks out there to start their first open source contribution. Thank you so
yeah, I
much
hope so
for
too.
your thank you so much
All right,
for your talk.
all right, all right. Thank you
Bye.
so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
We'll be on a short break and we'll be right back with another amazing topic.
Hello and welcome back. It has been a day packed with wonderful sessions, I must say, wonderful sessions. And I'd like to believe we can all hear me, right? Awesome, awesome. All right. We're close to the end of Async API Online Conference 2025. However, we have one more session to go, and this session is going to be on sustainable UX, designing digital products with a low carbon footprint in an event driven world. This talk will be delivered by Nkiroka Ifonu. I like to think that as technology evolves, we often focus on speed, how to scale things, how to automate, but we ignore a critical part that shapes the future of digital products, which is sustainability. Every choice that we make, every API call, every line of code, it comes with an environmental cost. So we can always design digital experiences that are not only user friendly, but are also planet friendly, especially in the context of event driven systems, which powers much of today's software. In this session, Kiruka Ifonu will explore practical strategies for reducing digital carbon emissions through design and architecture decisions. Uh, if you've ever wondered how your design and engineering choices impact the environment, this session will open your eyes to new and actionable ideas. I'm really looking forward to this one. It sounds like it's going to be interesting. So sit back and enjoy this one. As I welcome Nkirika Ifono to take this talk.
Hi everyone, my name is Inkirika Ifono. I am a product UI UX designer living in Lagos, Nigeria, with 4 years of experience in health tech, e-commerce, consumer tech, and more. I design digital experiences that not only look good, but they do good. Today we'll be talking about something we don't often talk about, which is the invisible environmental impact behind our digital designs. And today's topic that I will be talking about for Async API is sustainable UX, designing digital products with a low carbon footprint in an event driven world. Now, apart from me being a product designer, I'm also a product design educator. I teach at universities. I also lead the city chapter, the Lagos City chapter at Untitled Designers, which is an amazing design community. I also give back by mentoring young talent and upcoming generation in product design. Now that the introduction is done, yeah, let's get into it. When you refresh your feed, open a message, or trigger a notification, energy is consumed. It might seem tiny, but multiply that by millions of users and the impact grows. Think about your favorite app like Airbnb. Some of my favorites are Airbnb, Uber, because of how much they focus on user experience, right? Think about your own favorite app. How many times do you open it daily? If you run a bank app, like there's a popular app here in Nigeria called OPay that millions of Nigerians use, and they use it because of the fast transfers, fast delivery. So an app like that, Nigerians are opening it at a very fast rate. They're opening it so many times in a day, right? It depends on what the consumer or the user is using the OPay app for. But if it's somebody that has a shop or a kiosk or somebody that sells to customers and accepts transfers, they can open it as much as or at least 20 times in a day. So how many times do you open this app daily? Now imagine a million people doing that. Each interaction is powered by servers somewhere. Now, as product designers, we often focus on aesthetics and usability, but the way we structure flows, load content, or trigger events affects how much compute power our products demand. It's not just about color contrast or green themed UI. Sustainable UX means thinking about how our designs are consumed or how they're conserved. Now we have to think digital resources. It's making mindful choices that help both users and the planet. So from trigger to event to response to consumer. Sustainable UX equals designing for efficiency, longevity, and reduced waste. Event driven systems power many digital experiences, from payment confirmations to live notifications. But how do we design these events? How big they are, how often they fire, how we document them directly affects performance and energy use. The more your push notifications are, right? I know of apps that have several push notifications, right? And I remember it's because of sustainable UX that Chowdeck is a popular app in Nigeria. They deliver food, right? And when you order food, at some point they used to give you put notifications every time there was a status change in your order delivery, right? They had to reduce it drastically from about 8 to 2 because all of these things count. From payment confirmations to live notifications to push notifications, how we design these events, the way they're big, how many times they're repeated, how we even document them directly affects performance and energy use. Now, when an app sends a massive payload just to confirm a simple action, it's like flying across the city to deliver one text message. We can design smaller, smarter payloads that only carry what is needed. Think of a ride hailing app like Uber, Bolt, Lyft, whatever one comes to mind, right? Instead of sending the entire driver object every second, send just location updates or status changes. For example, instead of all the updates from when an Uber driver or a Lyft driver is coming to pick you or when they're going to drop you, instead of getting every live update, we have to be able to reduce how many updates or notifications or all of that we include in the app, right? And that's how we're conscious about sustainability. So instead of sending the entire driver object every second, send just location updates or status changes. Here's where design decisions play a role. A dashboard, sorry, I think I skipped a slide. Yes, so I'm back on track. Thank you. Here is where decisions play a role. A dashboard with constant auto refresh uses more energy than one that updates only when needed. A form that preloads heavy data every time wastes bandwidth. Little adjustments like conditional rendering, progressive loading, and event batching make a real difference. I want this to be as interactive as possible so it doesn't feel like I'm talking to myself. So I want you to drop this in chat. What's one product you've used that feels light and fast? And it could be any product. It could be property, it could be ride hailing, it could be food delivery. But I want you to be able to think of one product you've used that feels light and feels fast. Example for me would be Airbnb because that's one of the apps I can think of. But I would like to hear your thoughts. What other apps, that you think that are light and they feel, like they're fast in your opinion? Next slide. Good documentation isn't just about good practice, right? It is sustainability in disguise. Every failed integration triggers retries, rebuilds, and extra compute. Clean documents and reusable schemas prevent that. This is where UX and API design meet. When designers understand system triggers and developers understand user context, we build cleaner, lighter flows. For example, fewer push notifications, smarter caching, and shorter feedback loops. I designed the One Wellness app to have fewer push notifications, shorter feedback loops, and smarter catching. I remember when I was designing for One Wellness, which is a product from One Health, a health tech company that I work at, and we wanted to ensure that sustainability was at the forefront of everything we were doing. So something we did often was look at each screen and see how much load time this is going to require, how much notifications, updates, how much faster can this be, and what can we cut out. So the result was a fast and light app that we eventually were able to deliver on Google Store. Is available on Google Store and Play Store. Google Play Store and App Store. You can check it out. But that's the importance of API in design, right? Having fewer push notifications, shorter feedback loops, and smarter catching can really help an app and help the sustainability environment. Now, The Mindful Designer's Checklist. This is a checklist that I hold dearly and I keep to my heart because this checklist helps me whenever I'm designing. No matter where I'm designing, I'm able to know which ones I am currently abiding by or which ones I'm faulting at. And this guides me. Number one is to use dark mode where possible. This reduces screen energy. Number two is to reduce auto fresh rates. Number three is to optimize image and video assets. Number four is to reuse patterns and components. This one is very, very important. You can just reuse components. You don't have to create a new one every time you're designing a new screen. Number five is to encourage sustainable defaults like fewer notifications. These small mindful tweaks in our design process scale up fast when your product hits millions of users. So prepare ahead. It's very, very important for you to always prepare ahead when you're designing. What if our success metrics, including energy saved per user flow or reduced retries per API call? The future of good UX might not be just usability, it might be sustainability. Old KPIs moving to clicks, time on app, new KPIs would have to be task completion speed, energy efficiency, and reduced tries, right? Let me say that again. All KPIs of before are like clicks. How many clicks do we have? And how much time is spent on the app? But new KPIs should be task completion speed, energy efficiency, and reduced retries. Again, the future of good UX might not just be usability. I would even say that it's not just usability, it is sustainability. UX has power. The way we design can literally change how much power a product consumes. It's not about doing less, it's about doing smart. Every byte we save is a small gift to the planet. Sustainability isn't one person's job, it's everyone's mindset. Designers, developers, product managers, even marketing teams, when we align on sustainable design principles, we create systems that last longer, faster, and cost less to run. Who do you think has the most influence on the digital sustainability? Are there designers, developers, or product managers? I want you to drop your thoughts in the chat as this part is going. Let's make this as interactive as possible. I think that the people that have the most influence on digital sustainability will have to be developers because they're the ones that actually develop the environment where everything that is being worked on actually is staged and is held. So that's my opinion. What's your opinion and why? Here's my final thought. Sustainable design isn't about doing less, it's about designing better. The beauty of sustainable UX is that what's good for the planet is also good for the product. Faster load times, happier users, cleaner systems. We have come to the end of my talk. I had an amazing time recording this session, and I hope that it was able to impact your mind and make you think beyond what you're looking at when you're designing your screens or when you're working on your screen in whichever aspect you contribute as a product person, right? I wanted this talk to touch people that don't think about sustainability at all. Because when it comes to the average person's mind, they think sustainability is about just what they see physically. But the sustainability in the product environment is also very, very important. And I'm hoping that there was some form of mindset shift just by listening to this session. I would love to hear your thoughts or examples of how you've designed more efficiently or what challenges you face in doing so. Please ask any questions you might have. I will be in this session listening in and making sure I'm able to interact as much as possible and answer any questions you have. If you need to follow me, I advise that you follow me. I talk about very interesting things and I have, very interesting projects. I'm always big on giving back, volunteering, and you see me really talk about something I'm really passionate about, which is design and product. So follow me on LinkedIn. It's Inkirika Ifono. I believe The name is here. Let me just scroll there. All right, so Nkirika Ifono is right here. So just follow me on LinkedIn. I'm very friendly. I'm very friendly and open for a chat. You can follow me on Instagram. I'm going to type it here. My Instagram is, sorry, I don't know why this is not happening. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, I think I have to type this. Okay, yes, my Instagram is UXNK. You can follow me on Instagram at UXNK anytime. I'll follow back. You will see some of my designs, some of my work, and I really like to connect with as many people as possible. And I'm hoping that this session was able to touch you as much as I wanted it to really touch you. Thank you so much, Async API, for this invitation to come and speak about something that I'm really passionate about, which is sustainable UX. I hope that you guys have an amazing day, and hopefully I have some questions I want to answer, and I'll answer them. Thank you so much. All right. Bye.
Welcome back. Welcome back from that thought provoking session. If that was not food for thought, I don't know what is. That should have every one of us thinking ways that we can uh, reduce waste and improve our processes. We have Nkirika in the house for your questions. So please send in your questions from LinkedIn, from YouTube, wherever you're watching this from. Please send in your questions, and we will be bringing in Nkirika to answer them now. Hi, Nkirika. I think Nkirika might have some uh, challenges. Yes, she's back on. She's back on, and awesome, awesome. We have you with us now. Hi, can you hear us? Hi, Nkirika. Yes, we can see you. Yes, we can see you. However, we are unable to hear you right now. While we figure that out, it indeed was a thought provoking session because it drew our attention to how we could develop products in a sustainable manner. Are you able to hear us now? I think that this is an important topic, especially because if you look in the Sustainable Development Goals, I think about 3 or 4 of them are concerning issues around sustainability. I think there's affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, and sustainable cities and communities. All of these are hammering on how we can build products in a very sustainable manner, eliminating waste, because our actions do have consequences. And I believe that as engineers, like Nkiruka said in her talk, it is even more uh, evident that the power lies with us in a lot of ways to reduce these actions that can cause waste and thereby helping to reduce carbon emissions. Um, let's see if we are able to get her audio
Hi.
now.
Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, we
I'm
can.
so
Yes, we
sorry.
can. You
I
can
am
smile.
completely sorry. I live in Nigeria and I don't know what to say about that, but it's so
Mhm.
embarrassing. I'm so sorry. Apologies, everybody.
Happens. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
You might want to document this bug. Like what really happened.
Facts.
Well,
Yeah. Thank you so
well,
much for having me. Yeah, I
awesome.
appreciate being here. I think that topic was really, really something that I wanted to talk about, and I'm glad I have this opportunity to basically be able to talk about it. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. I was saying earlier how it's actually food for thought because we don't consider the consequences of many of the actions that we do build. We just go into sprints and we just believe that make it work and then optimize for all every other thing, but we do not optimize for some of this waste that you have drawn our attention to. And I feel it's a very important topic because we might not be hosting those physical servers by ourselves, but there is a consequence to sending requests to them also, especially in an event-driven architecture. Thank you so much for that talk. It's really thought-provoking. I'd like to believe that we have questions for you from us from different sessions, and I will be I will be reading the questions. And the first question we have here is: in an
I
event-driven world.
think I lost you again. I can't hear you. You're breaking
Oh, how
network.
about now?
But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. However, your video is static. Oh, now you're moving. Yeah, now you're moving. Can you hear me? Hi, Nkiruka. We have some really interesting questions for Nkiruka, who seems to be having some downtime. It happens to the best of us. So I guess we'll exercise a little patience while she tries to quickly figure that out and hopefully be able to take some of these interesting questions that we have from our online audience. Nkiruka, you're back. Welcome. Confirm that you can hear us and that we can continue. This is okay. Okay, so Nkiruka is is back with us for another try. Hopefully, this is we'll be lucky this time. Nkiruka, are you able to hear us?
But if you can hear me, I think it would be better. It would be better for me to answer the questions if somebody types it. That way, it's going to be
Okay.
better because you're breaking from my end. I can't hear you at
Oh,
all. So I'm
that's
going to type
that's
in the chat box. Can someone type the question out? These are the challenges,
sure, sure. If you can hear me,
right? Can someone type the questions out so that I can answer them one by one? Because I think the video and audio,
chat box.
the video is making it lag
Oh,
for
sorry
some
about.
reason.
If you look in the chat box, you see that we have a question already. Oh,
Hi, something. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Can you hear me too as well?
Really terrible.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. If you can hear me though, I could read out the questions and then you
Yeah, I don't
could.
think this network is going to suffice. Anybody that has any question can. What?
Are you able to? Are you able to hear me? If
Yes,
you're if you're able to
I'm
hear
able
me, I
to
could read
hear
out
you.
the
I think you should keep
questions.
the
Uh,
questions. We can type it so I
okay.
can just
Well,
answer
we gave it our
quickly
best shot,
before
right?
my net.
uh,
I can hear you and I can see
the
the question, so I'm going to answer.
network seems to be very
Yeah.
good today.
In an
So we're
event-driven
going
world
to
where
head
real-time
to a
data
break,
is,
and we will be
yeah.
using the
So I'm going to
YouTube
read the
chat
question. I can.
to respond to the questions that have been sent in for
Hi, Sam. Can you hear me?
Nkiruka. Uh, thank you so much for that awesome talk, Nkiruka, and we'll be on the YouTube chat with the answer. Nkiruka will be in the YouTube chat section with the answers to the questions that have been sent in.
Are we done or am I still here? I honestly have tried all my network providers, and I don't know if it's from Samsung end or my end, but this is quite terrible. Samsung, can you hear me? Or phew, this was really something. All right. Okay, it says I can read the questions and I can respond. I don't know if I can still do that, but in an event driven world where real time data is constantly flowing, what strategies can help reduce unnecessary computation or network usage? I said in my talk earlier that one way to do that is to reduce how much events that we actually push in the design in the first place. So, for example, if it is a ride hailing service, like maybe a ride hailing app like Uber, you know, Uber does the status thing where they tell you when you have requested a ride and when the rider has accepted.
Hello, welcome back. Can you hear me clearly? Can anyone hear me? Am I audible enough? So I think I can get started. Welcome back to the last talk for today, which is about agile in the context of open source. So our next talk explores how agile principles come to life in open source communities where contributors span time zones and collaboration happens asynchronously. Please join me in welcoming Agile in the context of open source, a section that reveals how open source projects embody agility through community-driven development, iteration, and shared ownership. So for this talk, we will be inviting let me get it right, Fumilola Chidima Jones. So if she is available on the call, I would bring her up. Is she available? Okay, she's not. So we would do a presentation of our talk right now, and just give me a minute to do that, and we'll be right back.
Hello, my name is Fumilola Jones. I'm so excited for this opportunity that the Async API community gave me to be one of the speakers in this ongoing Async API Conference 2025. And I'll be talking about the agile methodology, working in an agile environment. And I titled this particular training, Embracing Agile, a Scrum event. In the course of this training, we're going to discover how Agile, particularly the Scrum framework, transforms project management and product delivery. I'd like us to think about everything we do as a project, and really, even going to your designated place of work is actually a project because you have to plan how to effectively you have to plan how your day will go, because there's this popular saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So everything we actually do in life, let's think of it like a project. This is just a brief overview about me. My name is Fumilola Jones. I'm a full stack developer with over 3 years experience, and I'm also an agile practitioner. So let's go into the topic for today. The traditional method of project management. We all agree that in the traditional method of project management, I would like to make reference to the waterfall methodology. Projects were actually planned end to end before the actual delivery. So it led to rigid processes, longer delivery time, and outdated products. Because before we finish planning, the project or the project that the client would have brought would have become maybe outdated because of the long time it took in the planning phase. But concepts like the Agile framework actually prioritizes adaptability, collaboration, and continuous improvement for faster and relevant outcomes. Let's think of Agile like a lifestyle, like going to the gym or eating healthy or like trying to live a healthy lifestyle. And let's think of Scrum now. That's the Agile framework I'll be um, concentrating on as a way to that lifestyle, a way to live a healthy lifestyle, maybe by eating, doing intermittent fasting, or even working out in the gym, eating healthy, sorry, or working out in the gym. So the Scrum actually is a collaborative framework that is used by over 12 million global users, and it can be used to manage projects of all sizes, small scale, medium scale, and large scale projects. One particular key notable effect of this framework is that its response to rapid change is one that should actually be given good kudos to, because Scrum is a powerful agile framework designed to manage projects efficiently, fostering collaboration and adaptability across teams nationwide. So, in Scrum, members of the team don't have to be in a centralized location at the same time. They can work out of different locations with different time zones. The key, okay, going, let me not dive too much into, let's get there. So the Scrum framework is actually one that works with a team. They are members of team, and they include the project manager, the product owner, the Scrum master, the members of the dev team. Now, who is this product owner? Let's look at the product owner as the voice of the customer. At every heart of a Scrum team, the product owner represents the client or customers. The product owner goes to meet these clients and customers to get their business requirement, then brings it back to the team so that they would effectively know what they can do. The product owner takes down the ideas of the customer and brings it to his Scrum team. Then the business analyst would now transform that idea into a technical writing or documentation, as we earlier know. This is the work of a business analyst, and this documentation is known as the BRD, business requirement document. Then there is a product backlog. The product backlog is simply a dynamic. When we say it's dynamic, it's because it's ever changing. We know that clients, once they know that this project or this product that they are requesting for and they are paying for can do more, everybody is an Oliver Twist. So they would want to actually poke it to see, okay, can do this, change that, change that. So that's why this product backlog is a dynamically changing, or is a dynamic prioritized list of all work needed for a successful product. It continuously evolves within the project. It guides the development team selection to know, okay, this is what the clients want. Who are the best hands that can work on this need based on what this customer wants? And it reflects changing priorities and insights. In Scrum, the time frame for a delivery is between 1 to 4 weeks, and it's called a sprint. In Scrum, we work in sprints, and a sprint can be either between 1 week or the maximum 4 weeks. And in a sprint, work is carried out in short, focused iterations called sprints. And like I earlier stated, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So we have to plan for everything we're going to take into the sprint. Who is the Scrum Master? The Scrum Master is a servant leader. The Scrum Master, look at the Scrum Master like the police of the Scrum team. He takes down the impediments of the dev team or any member of the team and ensures it is closed out. The Scrum Master guides the team, ensuring effective Scrum application. The Scrum Master also coaches and facilitates collaboration between team members, removes impediments for smooth progress, and upholds the Scrum values and principles. These are the core events in or that take place during the Scrum event, from the sprint planning to the backlog refinement to the daily Scrum, that's the stand up, then the sprint review and sprint retrospective. I would like to briefly explain each of these core events. The sprint planning is where members of the team come together to deliberate and define the goals and scope of the sprint, what would be done in that particular sprint. The backlog refinement, like I've earlier spoken about the product backlog, the dynamically changing list, continuously clarifies items in the backlog, product backlog, to say, okay, what item takes priority, what item takes precedence over what, and that item is brought to the top. A daily scrum, also known as daily stand up, is a daily meeting that is usually between 1 to 15 minutes. And during this meeting, members of the team come out to say what they did the previous day, what they'll be doing that current day, and if they encountered any impediments in the course of carrying out their assigned tasks during the previous day. Majorly, the essence of this stand up is to track the progress and identify the blockers. Then the sprint review. This sprint review is where the members of the dev team come together with the client to inspect the work that has been done in that particular sprint, to say, okay, based on this your requirements, based on this your idea, this is the products we have. It might not be completely shippable at that instance, but at least we have made progress. Is this fine? Does this meet what you want? Then the sprint review and retrospective. This is where members of the sprint, or sorry, the members of the Scrum team reflect on how the sprint went. During this event, they speak on what went well during the sprint, what did not go well during the sprint, and areas of improvement. So this is just a diagram of the whole sprint activities that take place, from the planning to the daily scrum to the development and the sprint review and retrospective. One key highlight of this agile methodology is the is the way it allows for continuous improvement and adaptation. Agile and Scrum foster environments where team learn, adapt, and deliver high quality products efficiently. Now, I'd like to just briefly buttress how this agile can be used in open source communities like the Async API. Open source communities like the Async API thrive on distributed collaboration, and this is often cut across members of team in different time zones. When Agile is adapted thoughtfully, Agile practice provides structure and clarity to communities and community members, where contributors are driven by passion rather than compensation. How does Agile support open source collaboration? It does this by one, asynchronous workflow. Because Agile emphasizes on transparency and visibility, it makes it easier for contributors who cannot work at the same time to align to the same priorities and goals. Secondly, it does this by iterative value delivery, where smaller incremental release of the shippable product, or at least something significant progress, aligns with the asynchronous community, because it's not about how far, it's about how well. So making sure that at each point in time there is a good shippable product. It might not be the whole picture, but at least a part of the picture has been painted. Agile fosters shared ownership. Collective responsibility fosters an environment where maintainers and contributors play active role. So agile methodology, anybody can pick up anybody's um, job role, not okay. Let me rephrase my statement. It's an environment where we help each other. We can't say, oh, this is this person's work, this person's work. If any member of the dev team is down, another developer picks up what the previous developer was doing and start working on it. If during the course of the sprint, one developer doesn't have a lot of things to do and the business analyst is overwhelmed, that developer can assist that business analyst, stay with him, learn the rudiments of writing a business requirement document, and help. So it's agile fosters a very wonderful methodology and framework where nobody is going to be idle during the sprint. Agile in open source communities is less about following a rigid methodology and more about embracing the principles of transparency, iteration, feedback, and collaboration. In conclusion, I'd like to end on this note and let us know that true Agile is not about ceremonies or sprints. It's about flexibility, continuous learning, collaboration, and value delivery. This junction, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. And if you would like to learn more on about this agile methodology and agile framework or Scrum methodology, please do well to follow me on LinkedIn. I post a lot of things about agile and Scrum, particularly project management in the bigger picture. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
What a great way to end this talk for today. And Fumi Lola has given us a breakdown of what Agile is all about. According to her, she says that Agile is all about methodology. And as we are in this community, this talk is just a highlight into fostering collaboration, making meaningful work happen, which leads to faster delivery and customer satisfaction where the need arises. And she also gave us like a good um, breakdown of what Agile Scrum, a product owner, is all about. Very good example, like she said. Agile is like a lifestyle which where you go to the gym. Scrum is a way to live a healthy lifestyle. And being a product owner, it just means that you're either a client or customer and it represent the voice of the customer. And right now, I don't think she's on the live call right now. And if you have any question, she's already shared a LinkedIn bio with us. Yeah, LinkedIn bio. You can always direct questions to her, and hopefully she'll give you a response to that. And I don't know if any other thing is meant to be said right now after this, but we are going to have a closing remark to end this great, wonderful discussion with Ola today. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed it and you took a lot of notes. So thank you so much for coming to this conference talks. And yeah, we really appreciate your presence, even though we can't see you physically, but virtually you are here with us. So thank you so much. Tuli, so I'd like to welcome Tuli Aziz Ace to the video. Yeah, let everybody come on and let's talk about what we
Um,
experienced today.
it, Okay, I mean, let's take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Then we gather the whole squad back. Yeah, at 5 p.m. Yeah, so we still need to get the whole squad back. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Then, yeah, we close. It's been a long day, right? So we'll be back in 5. We'll be back in 10, not 5, in 10 minutes.
Okay, I think everyone is back.
Okay, everyone is back.
Am I am I audible?
Am I, am I audible?
It's echoing.
We're
I'm
hearing
trying
two
to make it
people.
bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know, my network is a
I
bit.
was hearing him. I can hear him.
Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I want to believe everyone has, had an amazing time. We've had amazing sessions. Starting from my session where I spoke about, the path to maintainership, which is something I am really passionate about. And then we went to the next speaker, Sneha, who talked about how Kafka is not always the answer. You should try to use other tools that might provide you with proficient solutions, especially in event-driven architecture. And then we also went to the next session, which is documenting event-driven services with Docusaurus Async API. And then we went to the next talk, which was an interesting one, which is the governance board panel. It was a panel discussion where we had Hugo, Sully, and Fran talking about what the future is for Async API and its ecosystem, not just the Async API, the community, but then Async API as a whole. And then the next session was with an amazing speaker, Ashish, where he spoke about building an AI data governance framework for event-driven backend systems, which was an interesting one. And then we also had a speaker, one of our own very contributor, Oluwa Baramike. She also leads the marketing department in Async API. I don't know why I'm saying department. We are not, a corporate or a corporation, so forgive me. She leads the marketing. Um, what do I call it today? Should I say
Efforts.
working group?
Efforts. Marketing efforts. How about that?
Yeah, not just efforts. She also leads the whole the group. So not just efforts.
Um,
She leads the marketing working group. Yeah, and then she does a lot of interesting things in marketing. But then she spoke about building a sustainable open source project. Marketing by design, not by accident. And then we went to the next talk, which was by our own very contributor, Adi, who went from being a regular contributor to being a maintainer through the Google Summer of Code program, which is an highlight to my talk that I gave earlier. And Adi's talk was basically about how he went from being a contributor to a maintainer. So the talk was basically based on his story as a Google Summer of Code contributor and how we ended up becoming the AsyncAPI maintainer under the AsyncAPI Generators project. And then we went to the next talk, which was given by Lemery Festus, where he spoke about his first AsyncAPI pull request. So his story was basically just around why you should do open source and how open source made him feel much more confident. And in his word, he said something that actually stood up to me, or that stood out to me, where he said, um, the experience you get in open source, you don't get it in school, which is, I know it's a bold statement to make, but trust me, it's 90% correct. I don't want to say 100%, so I'm going to give it 90%. And then we went to our next speaker that spoke about sustainable user experience, designing digital products with a lower carbon footprint in an event-driven world. And this particular session was by Inke. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And to wrap it all up, our last session was actually given by Fumilola Chidima Jones, where she spoke about agile in the context of open source. Yeah, so if you regard yourself as Scrum Master, then you should definitely check out this talk. So that is all these sessions and all the talks we had during this edition of the AsyncAPI Online Conference. But the thing is, all of this wouldn't have been possible without a lot of people that put in individual effort in making this online conference
a reality. But the first person I want to give a special shout out to, which I want to believe without her impact and her dedication, this conference wouldn't even be a possibility in the first place. And that is Tuli. She's currently live with us. So, Tuli, what do you want to tell the audience before we start sharing you? Are you shy? We can't hear you, Tuli.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You mess with the cables.
Oh yeah, I'm saying that the network is taking time to arrive. So what did you
Yeah.
say?
Okay, I was actually trying to give you your flowers. So I was basically saying this conference wouldn't have been a possibility without your efforts and your initiative. So I just wanted you to say, something interesting to the audience about why the online conference. Why do we really have to do the online conference?
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ace. So the reason why we do the online conference, okay, the online conference for me holds a special place because most of the work that I'm doing at AsyncAPI, I think mostly it started from like the online conference, volunteering. I started as a volunteering to the online conference, and now I'm part of the core people who also organize it. So for me, it brings the community together. It gives a chance, like in as much as we don't meet in person, or sometimes in person we get so busy, but you get to see like the community members coming together, volunteering, coming to speak. And like for this year, one thing that I'm proud of is we got so many different perspectives, new speakers, and the agenda was diverse. So we didn't have only one single agenda like how we used to have it. It was so diverse that we got different topics on how we do things. So that is one key takeaway, like really for me, the online conference, I think yes, the in-person conferences are the best, but the online conference holds a special place for me.
Oh, that's very interesting. So we're still gonna have an online edition next year.
Yes, we're gonna have an online edition next year, and I hope me and you we don't have to be here. We will be supporting behind the scenes, but hoping Samson, Terry, Kajal will be the ones spearheading on their own next year. So yes, I'm looking forward to next year as well and passing the torch to others as well. So yes, we'll definitely have the online conference next year. So that is something to look forward to.
Awesome. So a special thank you again, Tuli, for making this a reality. So if you're watching anywhere around across the globe, if you're watching on LinkedIn, if you're watching on YouTube, or you're streaming on Twitch, so I want you to help me give a special thank you message to Tuli for being an amazing community manager and making sure this initiative still plays its role in the global scheme of things at the SyncAPI. So before we wrap it all up, I know you must have been seeing some pretty faces during this conference talk. So I was like, we just have to give them a room to introduce themselves because it's not easy, volunteering to make this conference a possibility. And then with me, I have, someone who's already behind the moon. So that's a weird way to say it. Kajal is she's already late, so it's so late for Kajal, but she's still here, volunteering. So I would love to give Kajal the first mic, so she can introduce herself and basically tell us what she thinks about the online conference. Kajal?
Hi, so I'm Kajal Jopwani. I am a third year undergrad pursuing Bachelor's of Technology in Computer Science from India. And honestly speaking, I've learned so much. I've took notes from this conference, and I'd suggest everyone who's not able to take part in offline conferences try attending this, and you'll definitely take back a lot of knowledge from all these talks and all these speakers. and I had a great time volunteering in the community as well. So I'll definitely volunteer next year for the upcoming conference as well.
Awesome, awesome. I mean, I wanted to ask you if we're gonna see you next year, but you already said it, so there's no need in asking. But what do you think of the talks, Kajal? I mean, you hosted amazing sessions. What do you think of these talks?
They were really well curated and like well organized. And when I was listening to them, I was like able to get a lot of things which I'll honestly take back. Like from sessions, I also hosted the first open source contribution on the GitHub journey, and I was very new to like sustainability in creating the APIs and stuff. That was very new concept for me. I, as a developer, never thought.
Awesome. And the good thing is your journey doesn't have to end at just being a volunteer for the online conference. So AsyncAPI is big. I mean, we are huge, so we are always looking for contributors. So you can start your journey as a volunteer for the online conference, but trust me, you could end it as being a maintainer. So looking forward to that amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to syncing with you in the community. So the next person I want to give a spotlight to is Samson. I mean, you all would have seen how exceptional Samson is at hosting this conference. Um, I wish we had only Samson to host the conference. He's gonna do it all on his own, but we don't want that. So we want room for other people to participate. So Samson, do you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Of course, of course. Hello, guys. Hello. My name is Samson Imeje. I am DevOps engineer. It's been an awesome experience for me, and I'm not really surprised about the feeling me having experienced this conference because from the in-person event when Async API hosted an in-person event, I had the best time possible. It stayed in my mind so much so that I made a commitment that day that this is one project that I'm not going to let this go, no matter what it is, because I had such a nice time. Not just talks from the in-person conference that day, but all the speakers too. I interacted with them. It was a very lovely community. They were very welcoming. They were very down to earth, helping to show the way. And this conference too, as well, has been nothing short of spectacular because from some of the talks, I have also learned there's some of them from the first talk, which Ace gave, the path to maintainership, which highlights what Async API is trying to do now, moving contributors to maintainers, people who are more available to always work on these projects and dedicate their time to it. It was a very lovely talk. I was inspired. Everything in it very well planned out. Also, another session that stood out to me was Lemery Festus. I really liked his session. A couple of sessions too that I liked. Ikiruka's session too was lovely, and Kafka is not always the answer. Was also an amazing one. In general, I think that the putting together was awesome, and it's an experience that I would love to be part of again and again, and give me an opportunity to be able to express myself, to be able to contribute also to this awesome project that I really love. And I would like to thank you guys for the opportunity once again. Thank you.
Awesome. That was an amazing and exceptional introduction, Samson. And hopefully next year you won't just be volunteering. Maybe you would be leading the efforts. Maybe
Sounds good.
you would be, submitting your own talk and talking about your experience with the Sync API. I mean, I want to believe if you start engaging and
Yes,
being part of the community now, I believe you have a lot to talk about by this time next year, next online conference happens.
indeed, indeed.
Uh,
Thank you.
Thank you, Samson. So great and glad to have you join us. And finally, I mean, you've been waiting. We have Terry. Terry is also part of the folks that volunteered for the online conference. Initially, Terry had a lot of network issues, but Terry not just only showed me what the spirit of open source is all about, not letting your where you're from, your internet status, um, not letting it define you, right? Not letting it stop you from participating in something bigger than you. And that resilience actually defined what open source is all about. So before I take much of the time, let me give Terry the spotlight. Terry, can you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Okay. Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Hi
Yes, Terry.
everyone. My name is Terry Iyenike. So I'm in Nigeria. So I would not love to repeat what Samson and Kajal Azadiri said. So the conference was a good one. This helps championing the being a presenter here. It builds your confidence and makes you want to
Sure.
give back to the community because this is a way for you to now speak in future conferences, talks, even virtual or physical. So it's a good way to just help you in any way possible. And I also want to encourage the other people listening to us right now. You can also do this if you just take it a step forward. So yeah, thank you to the team, and I would love to do this once more in the future. And yeah, I would love to take a lot of time right now because it's pretty late for some people. And yeah, thank you so much, and I appreciate what you've given me today. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. And the good thing is, when you said you appreciate what we've given you today, there's one thing I want to promise you: is I can give you more, right? So, this is just a tip of the iceberg. Feel free to be a part of the community. We have a lot of interesting things going on. We have a lot of interesting groups. We have, working groups that you can be a part of. We have a lot of interesting things that need help with. So just come be a part of the community. It would be really sad for me to, see you as volunteers today and then don't see you anymore. I really want you to be part of the community. I really want this energy. I want this aura in the community. It will really take the community far.
Yeah.
Thank you all for volunteering, and I hope to see you all in the community. I want to be friends with you. That's just it. I'm talking too much. So, so yeah, I hope to see you all in future programs. So for everyone watching, if you are a contributor and you want to be a part of this amazing community, please come join us. We are actively active on Slack. And if you have any questions, we have our own in-house artificial intelligence that knows all about AsyncAPI, which is Tuli. Um, and then you can ask me any question Tuli can't give you. So any answers Tuli can't give you, I hope I can. Because if Tuli doesn't have it, I most likely don't. So feel free to join the community and be a part of this amazing uh, program. So before we wrap it up, all up, Tuli, do you have one closing remark for the audience?
Oh, what if I have a lot?
You have
I'm
time,
just joking.
except from Kajal
Oh,
has to
I
go to
have
bed.
time. Oh yeah, thank you. All right. Yeah, I just want to give my flowers, like the community flowers to Ace as well. Thank you so much for jumping in at a critical time and also onboarding Terry, Samson, and Kajal. They did really an amazing job. So which means that you did an amazing job in onboarding them. So thank you so much, Ace. Really I really appreciate you for jumping in and taking some of the responsibilities that you had to take. Planning the online conference, there's a lot. There's backstage. You jumped in also in social media as well, and making sure that off stage, both off stage and on stage, things are working together. And yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I'm glad to see Kajal, Samson, and Terry. I met Samson and Terry in Lagos, so it makes me excited that we also did a great job in Lagos to have you come and volunteer as well. So yes, it's a plus one for us as well. I guess it gives us bragging rights, right?
It
And
does.
yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, so it doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. So we want to see you grow as well. Like I said, we want to see you next year steering up the ship, onboarding and taking care of the things at the online conference. But this is the first step. We have so many things in the community that are happening that are coming in next year, from working groups, maintainership. We have a lot and we need hands on as well. So we hope to see you. And yeah, I guess what A said, if there's any questions, you can feel free to ask me. If I don't have any answers, I don't know. I'll send you to Ace. You might invent new answers, but yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, but we'll try our best to also help and answer whatever questions that you might have. So yes, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you.
Okay, folks, and I guess this ends. Oh, you have one more thing to
Wait.
leave?
Yeah, one more thing. Also, thank you to the amazing designers and Maya for leading the amazing designs, the banners, the speaker cards, the social media countdown. I forgot their names. They are still on top of my head. There is Lemeri, there is Ara, there is Jetstray. If I forgot your name, please forgive me. It's not my intention, but if you go back to the welcome speech, I made sure that I mentioned each and everybody. But thank you so much for the amazing designers that really contributed to the designs, and shout out to Maya as well for the amazing work that she did in reviewing and leading the efforts on that side as well. Yeah, over to you, Ace. I'm done.
Okay, lots of thank you. I also want to extend a special gratitude to our sponsors, IBM and Gravity. Thanks for sponsoring. And I hope to see more sponsors by this time next year for both our online conference and our in-person conference. And one thing we are also going to be introducing, talking of conferences, is meetups. So because we are trying, because AsyncAPI is growing at a really fast pace, we are trying to host multiple meetups. So if this is something you or your organization finds interesting and you would love to host one of these, feel free to reach out to Lee for more information. And we are also going to be updating the conference website very soon. So you will be able to find meetups near you that you can easily attend. And without any further ado, once again, thanks everyone for making this a possibility. And I hope to see you all next year. Um, that will be the end of today's conference. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for having us.